Deliberative session to order. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, good morning, everyone. I think, should be celebrating the fact that we have very little snow, although I will note that it's a little different this year. We're going to have a slightly different meeting because the Patriots are not either about to play in the Super Bowl or playing in the Super Bowl. So anyway, this is the 271st year that Newton has existed, and probably about our 265th town meeting, not counting special meetings, since the town was founded in 1749. It was originally called Newtown, and they shortened it in 1846 to Newton, and I think we should stay there because renaming it Newt probably wouldn't be a good thing. But anyway, let's go through who's participating today. We have the selectmen, Lisa Gagne, our chairman, James Doggett, vice chairman, Lawrence Foote, to my right, Matt Burrow, and Ms. Michaels, I don't believe is with us this morning.
She has a family illness out of state that she...
Sorry to hear that.
Yes.
Well, I hope all goes well with them and a speedy recovery in that case for whoever's got that challenge. We also have, I believe, I see Diane Morin out there. Is Ms. Wrigley joining us this morning?
She'll be in.
She'll be in. There she is. You snuck in. Okay. Mary Jo McCullough, our town clerk. Cheryl Saunders, deputy town clerk. Our supervisors, the checklist. And our cable committee who's running the video. So I have a couple things to talk about in the beginning procedurally, just to get us all up to speed. The first is we do two things today. We're going to run through the warrant, where we are going to, for most articles, discuss them, amend them, and then put them on the ballot, either amended or not amended. We do have a number of zoning warrant articles. We cannot amend zoning warrant articles. They must go on the ballot as written. However, we normally and traditionally have a brief discussion about them so people can at least understand what that particular warrant article is about. But since we have a number of articles, we're going to try to keep the discussion on each one moving along and fairly short. It is important when people are speaking that we use the microphone, because we do have some people watching us on cable, and if we're not using the microphone, then the people on cable can't really figure out what's going on. So I would ask anyone who is making comments to speak to the microphone. We also have a situation today which is kind of not common but a good thing, and that is we have some visitors today who are not Newton residents. People who are not Newton residents are, of course, welcome to observe these meetings. They are unable to vote, of course, and if they would like to speak, they require the permission of the Newton voters. So there may be times along the way here where we have individuals who would like to speak, and I will be asking, if you are a person who is not a resident of Newton, I would ask that if you want to speak, you simply raise your hand or otherwise get my attention, and then indicate that you are not a Newton resident, and then I'll simply ask the Newton residents if they're okay with hearing from you. So that's kind of the process. If you are a Newton resident but are not registered to vote, that is, you're not a voter, and you don't choose to register today because the supervisors are here, then you're certainly welcome to talk. You're certainly welcome to participate in the discussion, but we will be taking a number of votes, and you can't vote. So I do ask people who know they're not voters or not registered voters to simply don't say anything if we're doing a voice vote, and if we end up doing hand votes or something, obviously don't vote. But anyway, so let's go through also three other quick reminders before we get started. The first one, an important one, is the presidential primary is on Tuesday the 11th. We will be voting here at Town Hall. Polls open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and I hope we see everyone here and many of the people that are watching us come out for the election. The second session of this town meeting will occur on Tuesday, March 10th. So again, we'll be voting here in Town Hall on all of these issues as the final vote, as well as, of course, the elections for the various candidates for office. And hopefully the weather will cooperate this year. We've had some challenging weather in past years, but we're all hoping that this year we will break our trend and we will have a wonderful sunny day. And finally, the school district deliberative session is on Wednesday, February the 5th. That's this week, 7 p.m. at the high school in Kingston. So, let's get started with the warrant. And I've reached the point in life where I need glasses, so excuse me when I'm reading. I'm going to switch my glasses on and off for reading. Town warrant 2020, the state of New Hampshire, town of Newton. To the inhabitants of the town of Newton, New Hampshire, in the county of Rockingham, in said state, qualified to vote in town affairs, you are hereby notified to meet for the first session of the annual meeting, which shall be for the explanation, discussion, and debate of each warrant article and the transaction of all business other than voting by official ballot, to be held at the Newton Town Hall on Saturday, February 1st, 2020 at 9 a.m. We all know that because we're here. The second session to be held at the Newton Town Hall in said Newton on Tuesday, the 10th day of March next, at 8 o'clock in the forenoon, to choose all necessary town officers for the ensuing year by official ballot, and to vote on all issues before the town of Newton on the official ballot. Polls to be open at 8 o'clock in the forenoon and to close not earlier than 8 o'clock in the evening. 1, to elect all necessary town officers for the ensuing year, and 2, this is the first of our articles. Are you in favor of the adoption of Amendment 1, Number 1, in the town of Newton to amend the Newton zoning ordinance as follows? And this is titled Expiration of Variances and Special Exemptions Granted Prior to 2013. In Section 10, add the following. Section 13, numbered as authorized by State of New Hampshire RSA 674:33(1)A. Variances granted on or after August 19, 2013 shall be valid only if exercised within 2 years from the date of final approval. Variances granted before August 19, 2013 shall be valid only if exercised within 2 years from March 11, 2021. And then a second paragraph 14, as authorized by the State of New Hampshire RSA 674:33(4), special exceptions, granted on or after August 19, 2013 shall be valid only if exercised within 2 years from the date of final approval. Special exceptions granted before August 19, 2013 shall be valid only if exercised within 2 years from March 11, 2021. Planning Board does recommend this article 5-0. Is anyone from the Planning Board or anyone like to speak just basically quickly on that? Mr. Doug.
These just bring us into compliance with state law. The state law set the expiration date for variances, and we're just including it into the zoning.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on this first zoning article? Seeing there are none, we're going to move on. Article 3. Are you in favor of the adoption of Amendment Number 2 as proposed by the Planning Board for the Town of Newton zoning ordinance as follows? And this is titled Rezoning Old Fire Station from Residential to Commercial. In Appendix D, Commercial Zone Parcel List, add the following. South Main Street, Map 12, Block 1, Lot 11. And then it says the Planning Board does recommend this article 5-0. Anyone from the Planning Board?
Okay,
I think it's kind of
I'll be filling in. What this does is it actually makes the old fire station more saleable. Town's looking to reap the benefit of selling it, and this makes selling it easier.
It's also important to note that all the properties around it are
Commercial.
commercial. So the fact that the fire station property is not kind of makes it not in line with the rest of the area.
Do we have any other questions or comments regarding zoning Article 2? Seeing there are none, we'll move on to Article 4, which would be Amendment 3 to the zoning code. Are you in favor of the adoption of Amendment number 3 as proposed by the Planning Board for the Town of Newton zoning ordinance as follows? And it's titled, Amend General Zoning Provisions to Automatically Use Most Current Building Codes and Fire Codes. And it states, in Section 10, add the following, Paragraph 12, Building Safety, subsection A, the state building codes are RSA 155A, International Building Code, and current SAF-C 6000, the State Fire Code. These codes are the statewide minimum requirements which shall serve as the building code for the town of Newton. In paragraph B, all new construction for residential or commercial use shall be equipped by the owner with approved smoke detectors / carbon monoxide detectors as per current National Fire Protection Association NFPA 72101, RSA 153:10A, Section 6, SAF-C 6000, and shall be inspected and approved by the Newton Fire Chief or his or her designee. The Planning Board does recommend this Article 5-0. Any comments on that? Mr. Dawkins.
It's just adds the word current, so that every time the building codes change, they don't have to be back before the voters as an amendment to the zoning.
And also because even if we don't officially adopt them, they're still, we're still under those codes, so we might as well just recognize that fact.
Any other questions or comments on Article 4, zoning amendment number 3? Moving on to Article 5. On a petition of 25 or more legal voters, are you in favor of adopting the changes to the Town of Newton zoning ordinances as follows? And this is titled Petitioned Proposal, Reduction of Setback on Light Industrial / Commercial Properties. And it reads, in Section 25.1, location of lot, delete the following text. Subparagraph A, side yard 200-foot structural setback with a minimum 50-foot undisturbed natural buffer when any other zone. Any additional buffer that may be required by the Planning Board up to but not exceeding 1,500 feet for a side yard that abuts any other zone. B, subparagraph B, also being deleted. Rear yard 200-foot structural setback with a minimum 50-foot undisturbed natural buffer when abutting any other zone. Any additional buffer that may be required by the Planning Board up to but not including 1,500 feet for a rear yard that abuts any other zone, plus adequate provision for off-street parking as determined by the Planning Board. And then subsection C, no building shall be set within 75 feet of the center line of the street nor within 50 feet of any lot line within the light industrial commercial zone. That text is to be replaced with the following text. 1, side yard 50-foot setback with a minimum 25-foot undisturbed natural buffer when abutting any other zone. 2, rear and front yard 50-foot setback with a minimum 25-foot undisturbed natural buffer when abutting any other zone. And 3, no building shall be set within 50 feet of the center line. Planning Board does not recommend this article. 4 votes to 1 to 1. I presume the third one is someone who abstained. Since it's a petitioned article, do we have a proponent or signer of that article who would like to speak about it? Yes, sir. Are you a Newton resident? No. Okay, so I just stay put for a second. The question then, since this gentleman is not a Newton resident, it's up to a vote of the residents if we would like to hear the gentleman speak. And sir, you're welcome to identify yourself if you think that would be helpful for the voters. Or give me go ahead.
My name is Coleman McDonough. I'm the president of 125 Development. Developing 280-ish acres of commercial and industrial. A lot of people know
That's fine. So that's just enough to identify you for the voters. Okay. So I'm going to take a vote on the question of do the voters want to hear from Mr. McDonough? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
opposed? Ayes carry. Mr. McDonough, come on up to the mic and let's hear what you have to say.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Again, my name is Coleman McDonough. I have a project that's roughly around 280 acres. A lot of people know it as a puzzle company. We're developing, we expect to develop about 1.5 million square feet. I'm proposing to change this warrant article. Back 13 years ago, Ian Miles, when she sat on as a chairman on the planning board, she asked me to withdraw my warrant article that I had back then, roughly 13 years ago. And she said that she would change the setback from 50 feet, 200 feet to 50 feet with this 1,500-foot additional setback if they saw fit. I agreed to do that. So I built several buildings, roughly about 7 buildings with this 50-foot setback. And Jenny Rausner just recently, like 3 years ago, said planning cannot change zoning. And she's correct. Planning board made a mistake, and they tried to change zoning. This is just a correction to the mistake that was made by planning. I withdrew my article. Again, I have about 7 buildings built. This setback is ludicrous because the 200 feet, the planning board considers a structure, everything, a fire hydrant, a pond, a corner of a parking lot. It's basically, the land isn't buildable if this question is not passed. Every other town, we did a study, Last House 50 feet, Kingston with all 3 of their commercial zoning, all 3 of their commercial zoning rules and regulations are 50 feet. There was another one, I think it's Hampstead, Manchester 0. We have all these buildings built and they're non-conforming. But we're asking this rule and regulation, which is overburdensome. You can't build. You can, but it's not feasible to put in all this roadway. It'll give me a little sliver of land to build on. It takes away all of my buildability of the project. I could go back into zoning. I do have a plan, a couple of plans, if people want to stay after the meeting and take a look at it, question and answer. We're done in phase 1. We're going all the way over more towards the Plaster line. We're developing phase 2 and phase 3. I think that you're going to have another person talk on the tax base that I will bring into this town, in that if I change this, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll have to come in with phase 2 and phase 3 17 times. I'll be dead by the time the project's done. I want to develop this project in the next 2 years. It'll bring in between $2 to $3 million to the town. It's concealed, it's condensed. A lot of people don't even know that it's here. I don't use any of your roadways. 99% of the people are coming up from Mass. They come in off the state highway, Route 108. I think it's been a great project. All of the state people know about this project. They think it's one of the best projects in southern New Hampshire. With bringing in the $2 to $3 million, I use next to nothing for services. We've built probably 120,000 gallons of cisterns. We've got 4 or 5 ponds. We've got enough water for the town to fight a major fire. We don't use the fire department. We don't use the dump. We have waste management. We basically don't use any services, and we don't put one child in school. So I'm hoping everybody will vote yes on question number 5.
Thank you, sir. Other questions or comments regarding this matter? And I'm just going to remind everyone, please, in the case of Mr. McDonough, he had to sort of introduce himself ahead of time, but if you're a Newton resident, just say your name, please, for the benefit of the people who are watching.
Annie Collier. I want to clarify one thing. I am not here advocating for Mr. McDonough. I'm here because concern of mine, what our tax base is and what our taxes are. And so I did some investigation and fact-checking on our biggest light industrial park, Puzzle Lane, and here are my findings. Puzzle Lane, if and when completed, will bring in $2,372,697 in total taxes every year based on current valuations. This is enough tax revenue to cover 9% of our town proposed operating budget and 14% of Newton's share of the proposed operating budget for the Sanborn Regional School District. It will mean a huge dent in our tax rates. I believe this 2.3+ million in taxes on the current assessments, this 2.3 million in taxes on the current assessments on the already developed land and buildings at the park. The tax revenue that's coming in now is $293,000. That's only about 12% of the total potential, and that's after a decade plus. The plans are this: complete another 84,000 square feet in phase 1 by the end of the fall. The permits are in place, the work is going on now. When done, the abutters at Walnut Grove and Sergeant Woods will have no more construction going on next door. There are 2 other phases to be built. On their undeveloped 164 acres, the plan is to develop another 1 million square feet in buildings. Article 5 changes the setback from 50 feet to 50 feet from 200 feet. Most of phase 1 has been built with 50 to 90 foot setbacks allowed by our zoning board and Board of Appeals in response to hardship to the land proven to them by the owner. Passing Article 5 will increase tax revenues sooner. The developer will not be delayed by months of hardship appeals on setbacks for every step along the way. The planning board can and should put in stipulations to protect property owners on Howard Lane, the only residential abutters to phases 2 and 3. All other abutters for property not yet permitted are industrial or in Plastow, which has 56-foot setbacks of its own. There are a few other small light industrial zones in Newton. The elected planning board should put in protections for abutters when those come in for permitting. The rural character of the town needs to be preserved while allowing development that will bring in tax revenues. Newton has extremely high tax rates. They're burdensome to our local owners and are passed through to renters. Our schools cost a lot of money, at a total of $23,500 per student. The town pays $18,753 of that for every single student we send to Sanborn schools. Every 3 to 4 bedroom house with children is a probable loss to the town of $30,000 to $50,000 every single year in educational costs. My point is, houses are usually tax revenue losses. Light industrial parks, on the other hand, have low impact to town costs. They're high profit centers for the town. I support protecting abutters. I support proper enforcement of zoning regulations. I support complete adherence to permit conditions by developers. I support adding to our tax revenues, and soon. Our town budget is squeezed and our taxpayers need relief. So I support warrant Article 5. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Yes, sir.
Jamie Fitzpatrick, I'm Walnut Farm Road. My question is really if we could get a better definition of where Phase 2 and Phase 3 are. So people are at home watching this, or people here don't really or may not really understand what that plot line is, where that development would be, where that would impact the town, and it would be very helpful in making a vote as to understand where the single largest light industrial is that we are talking about. My understanding from Ms. Collier's statement was that Phase 1, which I abut and which Sergeant Woods abuts, is complete, is approved, and is not impacted by this. I would like to have some confirmation or understanding from somebody that has that information, if that is a factual statement. Not that I disbelieve Ms. Collier, but I would like officially to understand that when I go to vote. Thank you.
If I can jump in there as just take the moderator's prerogative. There is a period of time between the deliberative session and the final vote on this. that would be an ideal time for people to become educated on the pros and cons of every single article on the warrant. And I think the proper time to do that is not here, because we're not discussing an amendment of this, but potentially through other forum or the newspaper or whatever. There's a campaigning time. There's plenty of opportunity for people to get information out. And again, I'm not making this comments particular to this article, but for every article, the reason we have what's called SB2 voting in this town is the voters many years ago, and I remember when it happened, decided it would be better to have a period in time between the first discussion of the articles and the final vote to let people get up to speed, just like you said, sir, to answer questions, to understand it better, and not, be forced to make a decision in one day. So I'm just going to throw that comment in, as that's a way to move that forward. Yes, sir. Mr. McDonough. I'm sorry, Ms. White, I didn't see you were, I just thought you were standing up momentarily. I'll get you next.
I also just want to let you know that this acreage was zoned back in 1986, and it was dedicated for commercial and industrial. You also, I want to say, have a parcel of land owned by Mr. Fitzgerald next to the hen house. He's got a 50-foot setback, and he's right on the main road. For me to have this parcel of land that is the only big parcel of land left in the town to develop, to give tax revenue, this rule and regulation is way overburdensome when you look at the definition of a structure. It's not just a building. So it's very, very encumbersome. And I just want to say, on Annie's comment on the taxes, the 2.3 million, that does not include several other revenues that the towns will get with the registration and, taxes for, the registering vehicles, all of my building permits. And I'd also like to say that I employ quite a bit of residents, and if any of the residents here have any uncles, aunts, sons, brothers that are electricians, plumbers, form carpenters, my first love is to have the residents be employed with their own time. Thank you.
Ms. White.
Good morning. I'm Barbara White. I'm the current chairman of the planning board. On this 200-foot structural setback that's currently here, it's been on the books since 1989, and it is to protect the residential people from the types of businesses that are allowed to happen in the commercial light industrial zone. That's why there's such a large buffer. That being said, perhaps the solution to this would be for the planning board to go back and look at the definitions of what structures are and maybe amend that rather than the actual buffer number. Atkinson has 150 feet, Plastow is 100, East Kingston is 200 feet, and Kingston is 500 feet. Okay? I just wanted everybody to know that. Thank you.
Ms. Moore.
Diane Moore, Julie Building. I took a tape measure and I measured from that wall to that wall. That's 48 feet. Add 2 more feet and that's where that building would be. I just want people to understand, to get that depth of how close a building could be. And this does not affect, it affects Sergeant Woods and properties around, but it also affects other zones within the town. So you need to consider that when you're voting. It's not just Puzzle Lane, it's other areas within the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments? Ms. White. It's all right.
I do want to mention that one of the reasons why that 50-foot buffer is for Mr. Fitzgerald's property is because he's zoned commercial, not light industrial commercial.
Thank you. Any other comments regarding Article 5? Seeing none, let's move on. Article 6. Now we're out of zoning articles, so these are now amendable, discussable, and so forth. Okay, first one, we start with the budget. Shall the town of Newton raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant, or as amended by vote of the first session, for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $3,604,090. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $3,516,932, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town of Newton or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Estimated budget increase from the 2019 actual budget to the 2020 proposed budget represents a tax impact increase of 51 cents per $1,000 of assessed value. Default budget will result in an estimated 34 cents per $1,000 of assessed value, and it's an increase. It's not written very well, but that's what I think they meant to say. Board of Selectmen does recommend this article 4-1. Who would like to address that from the board?
I can go first because I'm the one. I'll just say I voted against this budget because I thought we could have done a little better. Now, I'll be the first to admit there's no magic wand. We're not going to all of a sudden find, a significant amount of money to cut out of this budget. The budget is razor thin. I think everybody will agree with that. And I just wanted to take a different approach in terms of 5-year actual spent versus what we budget. Also wanted to take a look at getting it, whatever we end up with, still protecting raises, still protecting, as I call it, the top 3, fire, police, and highway. But at the same time, trying to arrive at a number a little closer to the default. And why? Because as long as I've been doing this, almost 6 years now, these budgets tend to be more successful when we're at or below the default. Now, I think it equates to 2.5%. It's the truest form of democracy. So if people don't mind their budget going up by that much, then they'll vote in favor of this. If they don't, then what's going to happen is we're going to have to do what I've described anyway, because we're going to have to freeze the budget. What can't be mentioned enough, and I'm sure my cohorts here will say the same thing, everything's stretched thin. What you worry about is you worry about getting into this whole thing when year after year, we're just squeezed in the budget to the point of where we can't do anything. It could happen. The people are going to tell us whether they want us to do that or not, is what it comes down to. And maybe we need to take a slightly different approach with certain things and make them warrant articles so people can vote on the ads. So that's just my reasoning here, and I'll yield the floor.
Mr. Doggett.
On the other side, for years, your Board of Selectmen has worked very diligently trying to make sure the budget balanced between the town budget proposed and the default. We have worked very hard to bring every year that budget down close as possible to the default, as close as possible to default. Mr. Burrell mentioned the big 3. The big 2 are your police and fire department, the 2 most important services the town provides to its taxpayers. For the past 5 years, as their budgets have gradually increased, we have gone to other departments like conservation, planning board, town buildings, and stripped every ounce of fat out of those that we could find to offset the increased costs for your fire department and your police department, basically. The fire and police department have not been, skyrocketing in their costs. It's a gradual increase. We've reached the point where we can't go to the Conservation Commission and say, we need to take 5% off your budget again. because we've gotten to the point where we're discussing paper clips and a ream of paper. We're looking at departments in the town that have $4,000 to $5,000 budgets. You know, planning board, yeah, they're the big one. They've got a $50,000 budget. But we're asking them to give up percentages so that because we have needs. Fire trucks are expensive to maintain. Cruisers are not inexpensive to purchase. And we have to put people in them. And these are the people that will come to your house if it's on fire, if somebody is having a stroke or a heart attack or severe injury. We need these services for the town. But we reached the point, and I suggested it a couple of years ago that we were going to reach it, where we can't find money in the budget to cover things. The only option we have, that if we go to a default budget, is we're going to have to start looking at a reduction in services. It was proposed this year that we go into the welfare budget and remove the fuel assistant because, that would bring that differential between the default budget and the proposed budget, which is $87,000, that would bring that down to $82,000. And then, quite honestly, I looked and I went, time out. We're talking about taking away fuel assistance, which is only $5,000 in town, and that is for the people that really need it and can't afford it. Somebody's lost their job, their oil tank is empty. Yes, the town steps in. We don't do a lot of great things in town, but that's one of the minor areas. But when we start talking about cutting those little numbers out of the budget in order to bring the proposed budget to the default budget, we've gone too far. And quite honestly, I'm supporting as I'm a fiscal conservative, but I'm supporting the proposed budget because that is the actual cost to the town to provide the services that the taxpayers deserve.
Thank you. Mr. Pavaro.
Good morning, Mike Pavaro, road agent of Newton. I'm just going to make this really brief. I've operated the highway department now for the past 12 years. I came in and the budget was $354,000. The second year here, I dropped it to $343. I went down. You can't run it in tight. And this is across all the departments in town, because I work with all the major departments in town, police and fire. I know how they operate very well. The highway budget breaks down to less than $200 per taxable household in town. There's probably more, or probably less than what you pay to plow your driveway in the winter. So the budget has to start to increase. Now, I've maintained money for 12 years. In mornings like this morning, I get up early, I went out, the roads are a little flat. And I spend an hour agonizing over, do I send a sander up? Because it's a budgetary thing. It all breaks down to numbers. I shouldn't have to do that. It's a safety issue. Send a guy, and I did do it. I got a guy up, I sent him out with sander, and we treated the roads. But that's how tight this budget is. That's how tight the town budget is. We're operating this close to not being able to function. And listen, I'm probably in the top 10% taxable households in town. I spend a lot of money to live here. I don't like it that way. But it is what it is. So we're looking at a budget that has to increase. It has to go up. In minutes before, we have an opportunity in the industrial park that can relieve our tax burden. Come on, let's get with the times. We gotta get the budget up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, discussions related to Article 6, the budget? Seeing there are none, we'll
Yeah,
move-
sorry, Mr. Moderator.
I almost
So
got
I'll
out
just,
of that.
I know, you almost
Yes.
did.
Mr. Burrow.
Just want to leave it. I was not a proponent of cutting, did you say oil heat for the needy? Is that what you were talking
Actually, there was a discussion of removing the oil assistance
Yeah.
and rent assistance from the welfare budget.
So that wasn't me, just to get that on the record, okay? And then what I'd also like to say is, here's the way I look at it. When we're elected as selectmen, we're elected to represent the town. I work for the town. If, at your job, if your boss called you in and said, here's a budget for your project, I need you to work within this budget, you would say to your boss, I have concerns about working in this budget. I think we need more money to do this job. Your boss would likely take your concerns to heart, maybe give you the money or not, or your boss might just tell you, this is what you get, make it work, and that's why I voted no. So I feel as though I'm hearing from the residents, they want us to work within means. I totally understand what people are saying. I think we're going to run into a problem if we continue going in this direction. But, like I said, truest form of democracy, people will have the opportunity to say yes or no. That's all I have. I'm good.
Thank you. All
Thanks.
right. Very important reason for the people who aren't here, come to the polling place. And Chief, you want to talk on the budget? Come on up. Oh, you're a non-resident, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to make a very quick vote. We always like to hear from our key people in town. I'm sorry, I was not aware as a non-resident. All in favor of hearing the chief speak? Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Go ahead.
Democracy always needs the no vote.
Yeah, right, it's always crucial.
Good morning, Mike Jewett, Police Chief. I just wanted to quickly touch on the budget. There was a few things that came up as I was sitting and listening. We're talking about making cuts on budgets. I think I do a pretty good job of trying to keep my budget flat. I do a lot of stuff and I take on a lot of extra things. One of the things with the budget not going to an increase or the budget going to a default, one of the issues we have is I only have a limited amount of money. That limited amount of money means that I can't have extra officers on when there's a time that we need it. It might seem silly, but trick or treat, I've got one person on. New Year's Eve, I've got one person on. We all know that everyone goes out and celebrates, people drink and drive, people crash, people get hurt. I have one officer on. My budget doesn't allow me to allow to have extra guys on whenever I want. I have a $20,000 a year budget for overtime. You divide that up about the hourly rate, I've got about 2 shifts a month that I can do for the entire year. Granted, yeah, that gives me about 24 shifts, but if anyone goes out sick, if anyone gets injured, I don't have enough to cover that. So on a Friday night, instead of running 2 cars, we run 1, which is an officer safety issue. I can't cut that budget anymore. And to hear that, every year we've got to keep it as close as we can to the default, it kills me just because I'm not offering the best services we can for the town. I want to offer more, but I can only offer what we have. I can't take a cut in services. I heard they referred to the big 3, fire department, police department, and somewhat, I guess, highway department. We are, but we're the only ones the police department is here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I don't want to lose those services, and I don't think the town wants to lose those services as far as residents. State police could cover us at night, absolutely. There's only a handful of troopers on that are on 101 and 95. So if we want to wait 15, 20 minutes for a cruiser to show up, then we most certainly will do that. I just don't see that I can't take any more cuts on that budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, you? Fine. He's blocking the door, got it.
Good morning. Since the Board of Selectmen talked about the top 3, I'm one of those top 3. What I'd like to say is, under the fire department's budget, we have tried to keep our budget level funded. Unfortunately, this year, my budget was used to pay for repairs of the fire trucks. Another time, my budget was used to help compensate to pay for that new fire station. I have equipment that needs that I've needed to purchase that have been out of service for the past couple of years. That, yes, my budget has stood, but money has been moved around out of my budget to pay for other things. And I said it last year. The increase in the fire department budget is simple. We have 3 trucks that need to be repaired. That is the increase for my budget. As the chief and Mike said, we're running thin. Yes, we are one of the biggest. Those trucks are expensive. There's a warrant article to do it. They're expensive to maintain. Something has to give. And I give the selectmen credit for doing what they've done, but this year alone, 2019, monies have come out of my EMS account, my training account, my grant account, and a few other accounts just to pay to do those trucks. It's not right. Something's got to give.
Thank you. Mr. Donovan?
How you doing? Bob Donovan. Spent many years on that side of the table, so glad I'm on this side this year. Just a little story. Years ago, one of our bordering towns did the same thing every year. Tight budget, tight budget, tight budget. And a friend of mine was on the police department. Saw the cruiser in his yard for weeks. So I stopped in to say hi to him, asked him why he wasn't patrolling. The town ran out of money. Couldn't patrol for the last 2 months of the season, well, for the year. Make it even more sad, 3 weeks later, I see him out in the streets. I asked him how he got the money. He got sick of sitting around. He put $20 of his own money in the gas tank. I really don't want to see that happen in Newton. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, discussion on Article 6? Seeing there's none, we'll move on. Article 7, and let me say I'm being somewhat casual to move us along. This article and any unamended article will be placed on the ballot for the final vote, unaltered because we didn't amend it. I'm sure my clerk knows that, so I don't say it.
By the way, Mr. Moderator, can we have clarity around what we can amend?
Sure, let me address that. For all of the articles we're discussing, we can, we as you, the voters, can amend these articles. The scope of that amendment is quite broad. We cannot totally change the meaning of the article because this previously published warrant was the notice to the residents to come to this meeting. So we can't, take hypothetically some article and get rid of every word in it but the and replace everything with something completely different. Can't do that. We could, however, more accurately, the voters, could make significant changes. You could, for instance, although I don't want to go backwards at this point, I'm hoping we're not going to, you could, for instance, say, look, we want to move the budget up or down. Or if there's a discussion that we want to spend a certain amount of money, you can amend that number up or down. There's been a bunch of court fighting about it. You probably can't amend it to 0, but you can amend it to $1. So I have seen other towns do that. I'm going to say as a purely personal note, this is not binding on you in any way, that I believe personally that since many people are not here and many people are thinking they looked at it, looked kind of reasonable, they're just going to go vote on it, that we should use care if we think it was appropriate to make a dramatic change in the effect of an article by, for instance, effectively negating it. In other words, we can't take it away in totality, but I've seen other towns where they, in effect, the budget for the sports team goes from, $20,000 to $1. And really, that's kind of the same as just pulling it off the warrant. So while that's within the scope of what you as voters can do, I personally would not do such a thing. However, you can make many, many changes that you might feel would enhance an article, change an article, or otherwise, benefit the process. Yes.
Before we move away from Article 6.
Okay.
When you read it and you mentioned that the wording was a little squirrely at the very last sentence, do we need to amend that to say that it's an estimated increase of 34 cents?
Okay, so Mr. Hamill, correct?
Correct.
Right, who forgot to introduce himself, but I'll do it for him. Okay, so let's take a second just to catch that. The other thing we tend to do in Newton, and I'm usually the person who does it, is you'll hear me sometimes say something like, why don't we fix that wording? And there, it's not the issue that we're trying to amend it in the sense of a legally binding change, but in this case, that actually is not part of the warrant. That's just a statement that's provided to voters, you know, as informative statement. And all I was saying is it probably could read better. And we sometimes here will take amendments from the floor or make kind of informal, quick discussions to fix what look like typos or, you know, bad wording choices. So I'm going to do that here just as an example of doing it. As Mr. Hamill pointed out, when we publish this, it would be better if we just say the default budget would result in an estimated tax impact increase of, right?
Just needs the word increase.
Right, exactly, an estimated increase. So let's, and that's not an amendment technically and legally here because it's not in the body of the article, it's in the tax thing. So we'll move on and I'm sure that will get fixed. But good point, Mr. Hamill. 7, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,200 to be deposited into the engineering and renovation of the land and buildings located at 8 Merrimack Road Capital Reserve Fund, created in 2015. Said funds to come from the unassigned fund balance. This represents the rental fees received. This article would result in no increase in the amount to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen recommends this article 5-0. Can we have a selectman give us a 3-sentence explanation for the benefit of the voters?
This is the rental income from the 8 Merrimack Road property, which we have since we started collecting rental income, put it back into this capital reserve fund to be used for, in the future, any renovations or engineering that needs to be done to the land and buildings on that same property.
As I always say with this one, this is banking. We need to move money out of one account to another account so we can use it. That's all it is banking.
Any questions or comments on Article 7? Ms. Collier.
Andy Collier, I just have a question. Is there a way to Sanbornize articles like this so that it doesn't have to be on the ballot every year? There's no way? Okay,
It's a
thank you.
3-year thing, right?
Any other questions or comments on Article 7? Seeing there are none, we'll go on the ballot as is. Article 8. To see if the town will vote as proposed by the Board of Selectmen to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,300 to increase the town treasurer's salary from $6,200 to $7,500 due to the increase of accounts, hours of work, and additional responsibilities. The last increase was 1996. This article would result in an estimated 0.3 of a cent, less than a penny, increase per $1,000 of assessed value to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen recommends this article 5-0. Do we have a selectman who'd like to briefly speak to that?
Yes, the town treasurer is an elected position, so her salary or his salary is directed by the voters. There's a lot more work today than there was in 1996, yet the salary has not increased to reflect the workload. This is our attempt to correct it and to make, and the other thing is we almost didn't have a treasurer run last year, so this would also make it easier for us to maintain a treasurer.
Any other comments or questions on Article 8? Seeing there are none, we'll move along. It will appear on the ballot as presented. Article 9. Shall the town modify and expand the purpose of the Cable Access Revolving Fund to allow for funding of the town's information technology? 100% of the amount of revenues received as stated in the cable contract for cable access, including franchise fees, or as determined by the legislative body, will be deposited in the fund, and the money in the fund shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year and shall not be considered part of the town's unassigned fund balance. The town treasurer shall have custody of all monies in the fund and shall pay out the same only upon order of the governing body and no further approval is required by the legislative body to expend. Such funds may be expended only for the purpose for which the fund was created. This revolving fund was established in 2013 to provide cable access for public educational governmental use. Article would result in no increase in the amount to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen recommends 5-0. Who would like to speak to that? Doggett.
This is, actually, we'll let Diane start.
Actually, Ms. Moran from the Cable Committees, go first.
Warren, 5 Juniper Lane. Right now, in that revolving fund is over $193,000. The Cable Committee doesn't really need all that money. We replaced all the equipment in here. It's probably good for another 10 years, if not longer. So we think it would be appropriate to expand the use of this fund so that it can be used for all the town to be used as for information technology. Information technology, to me, everybody has a different opinion, but it covers a lot of ground. It covers PC upgrades. It'll cover your Comcast, internet access, I should say. It'll cover phones, which are now over voice over IP, because that has to do with internet. Printers, things like that, software. It would help to cover that. Ultimately, it would also help to reduce your budget, because at that point, we'll be taking the money from those funds, from that fund, to pay for this, all that IT information. And it gets replenished through the franchise fees. To me, it's a win-win, and I think the Cable Committee is strongly in favor of this. Thank you.
Mr. Doggett.
The big point is the last bit that she mentioned, that Diane mentioned. By the way, our best IT person we've ever had in town. Things like I say this, the planning board budget presently includes a new computer for $900. If this passes, that $900 comes out of the planning board budget and actually reduces what we would eventually have to spend on item 6. It won't happen this year because it has to be included in the budget in case this doesn't pass. If this passes, there are a lot of individual line items in different budgets that will go away. And once again, it's your Board of Selectmen and employees of the town that are working hard to save people money. This is one of those areas where we have money, it's a source of income, a stream of revenue. We're trying to use it to best serve the taxpayers.
Mr. Hamill.
Roger Hamill. I've got a question about, this money is coming from the franchise fees. So if we're collecting more money from my cable bill, because it shows up on my cable bill. So basically what you're saying is you want only the cable, people who buy cable in town to subsidize the rest of the town. Because otherwise you could reduce the franchise fee that would show up on my cable bill.
I don't think you can reduce the franchise fee, that's up to Comcast.
Yeah.
It's a Comcast fee.
Comcast doesn't set the franchise fee.
The franchise fee was set by the state, and back in the days when we,
Let Diane speak.
Hang on a second. Let's one person at a time. Why don't you just...
So a franchise fees is not set by Comcast. We have a contract with Comcast, and we determined that the franchise fees was 5%. Now, yeah, you could reduce that, and it doesn't affect town-wide people. It affects only town infrastructure is what it would affect by collecting this money. So we have a contract coming up with Comcast that we'll have to redo the franchise fees. If we zero it out, then you're going to pay for it somewhere or another. There's just money in this fund that could be used. If you decide to zero out that franchise fee, then yes, it would come off the Comcast bill of everybody that has Comcast. Okay?
Mr. Doggett.
as I started to say, when cable first came in New Hampshire, it wasn't Comcast at the time. The state originally set a franchise fee that the cable providers would pay to the town. It was not included in your bill. That was actually part of the original law, was that the franchise fees had to be paid by the providers to the municipalities, but could not be passed on to the public. About 5 years ago, that's, in state law, there's something called a sunset clause. That clause disappeared, and it started showing up on people's bills. It's something that we will take into account in the future when we negotiate the next contract with places like Comcast. I mean, at some point, we probably are supposed to put it out for bid, though I don't think anybody but Comcast is presently providing service to this area.
Mr. Barber.
Jamie Fitzpatrick from Newton, obviously from Walnut Farms. My question would be, if I'm understanding this properly, and I'll round to 200,000 to make the numbers easier. We have a proposed budget that's 87,000 higher than the default budget. If this would pass, then within the current year, it would allow an additional $200,000 to be spent in the current year. Or would this just allow for the budget setting for the next round to be used, that $200,000 to meet line items? So is this something that allows an additional $200,000 in the budget we're voting on now if this passes? Or would it be something that would allow that to be considered when developing the budget for the following year? If we get clarification on that.
If this article passes, then IT expenses could be deducted from that account because the voters have approved it at that point. What that means is what was anticipated to be spent for IT in the budget could then not be. Now, yes, it is quite possible that that would mean the departments or the selectmen could go ahead and spend what was earmarked for IT on other things because the budget was approved or not approved. However, as your selectman, that would not be my intent because if we do get the funds available from that fund, then I would be looking at decreasing every budget for their IT costs for the current year.
Thank you. That's all I was looking for, was clarification as what the intent was. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on the article? Seeing there are none, we'll move on to Article 10. To see if the town will vote to modify the elderly exemption from property tax in the town of Newton based on the assessed value for the qualifying taxpayers to be as follows. For the person 65 years of age up to 74 years of age, $100,000. For a person 75 years of age up to 79 years of age, $110,000. For a person 80 years of age or older, $125,000. To qualify, the applicant must have resided in the state for at least 3 consecutive years, own the real estate individually or jointly, or if the real estate is owned by such a person's spouse, they must have been married for at least 5 years. In addition, the taxpayer must have a net income of not more than $35,000 if single, or if married, a combined net income of no greater than $45,000, and own net assets not in excess of $85,000, excluding the value of the person's residence. This article would result in no increase in the amount to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen recommends this article 5-0. Who would like to speak to that?
What this is doing is slightly increasing the current elderly exemption. As we know, assessed values have gone up. The elderly's income has not. So this is just trying to level out, especially where we have a new reval year coming up. We want to ensure that we're not running the elderly out of town.
Any other comments or questions on Article 10? Yes, Ms. White.
through something with this like last year or just the year before?
I think it was about 3 years ago.
It was 3 years. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments regarding Article 10? Seeing there are none, we'll move on to Article 11. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate as proposed by the town administrator the sum of $34,400 for tax map conversion, updating and recompilation services. This sum is to come from the unassigned fund balance, no amount to be raised from taxation. This is a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:7(6) and will not lapse until the map conversion is completed or by December 31st, 2025. This article would result in no increase in the amount to be raised by taxes. The Board of Selectmen does recommend this article 5-0. Would you like to address that?
Sure. We have been directed by the mapping people that we have right now to update digitizing our maps because they will not prepare paper maps for us anymore. They've given us 2 budget cycles to come up with the money to do it. I have tried for years to get the maps updated, and the townspeople have always said no. So last year, we received municipal aid from the state in the amount of $48,000. We went out to bid to see if we could get pricing as to what this might cost. And we didn't do it in time before the end of the year, so the money that we got went into the general fund. So now we have to ask the people to be able to take the money from the fund balance to be able to pay for this project. It's not like we have an option where we're state mandated to update our maps every year. The company we've been working with for the probably last 10 years has given us the option of 2 budget cycles. In case it doesn't pass this year, we're going to have to try it again next year. I recommend that you vote this article. It's not going to cost you anything. This was money given to us by the state, which was a gift in my eyes, to do something this important. So I recommend that you vote for this and we can stay up to date.
Thank you, Ms. Wrigley. Any questions? Mr. Pavero, comments?
I'm confused on the warrant article itself, not the body of it, on why this has to be a warrant article. If it's mandated that we have to do it and receive funds, hold on, Jim. If we've received funds, why is it not just paid for out of the balance?
You can't
It
take.
seems a little crazy. Is it procedural?
It is. It's Department of Revenue guidelines, and because we didn't spend the money or earmark the money before the end of last year, we have to now go to the voters to take the money out of the fund balance to pay for it. Unfortunately, had we got the bids back sooner, we would have been able to, earmark it, and the board could have voted to encumber it for this purpose, but we ran out of time.
So there's money in a fund balance?
Yes.
And the selectmen can't authorize that to be
No,
paid for this item?
not from the
Correct.
fund balance.
Wow, okay.
I know.
Maybe our state rep can get on that.
Mr. Doggett.
Just for Mr. Pavera, the money came to the town too late in the year to get the bid process done by December 31st. Up until that point, with a public hearing, the Board of Selectmen were the agents. Once January 1st arrived, that money had to go into the unreserved fund balance. And this is the state requires that we go through this rigmarole in order to expend money because we couldn't get it done by December 31st.
Okay, so I'm gonna take it the third sequence of this.
Yeah.
It fails this year. It fails next year. Where's the money come from?
That's a very good
Not my
question.
It would go into,
Out of the magical fund?
at that point, it would actually go into a default budget because it's mandated.
But eventually, it's the fund balance.
I don't think it can go in the default.
Yeah.
And the one clarification I want to make here is the town administrator mentioned how the company that we've been working with has said that we need to go to digitized. It's not just this company.
It's
Okay?
everybody.
It is everybody. So all the towns have to go to digitized because the tax map conversion companies, statewide, countrywide, everyone is going digital. We still do paper. Nobody wants the expense or the time to convert paper maps to paper. We have to go digitized. So it will be a lot easier if we go ahead and do it with the money that we received from the state that is sitting in the unassigned fund balance.
Thank you. Seeing that there is no further discussion on this matter, although I think my head is still kind of spinning because this is another example of the state makes a set of rules that are nearly impossible for those of us in a local place to actually follow, but it's okay, that's what we do. So, seeing there's no further discussion, and I'm looking at our state rep and thinking, do something about that.
I'd just like to say, this is an example of the town saying no so much on the operating budget and being able to run this town. Again, I've been on the warrant article for a number of years, over the last 15 years, asking for 25,000, no, 10,000, no, 5,000, no. I had people from the mapping company come to the town, explain it to the people, to try and make them understand this is important. It's not, just because they're called tax maps doesn't mean your taxes are gonna go up. It just gives a better description of your lot. Planning board, it makes their job easier when they're doing subdivisions or whatever. But the townspeople have to understand we can't keep saying no on everything that you don't think is important when we know it's very important and it has to be done. And, you know, you just can't keep asking the people, having them keep saying no. Same way with the sprinkler system. We never finished it. Years and years we put into that. That's another topic, but the people have to understand, if you want your town safe, if you want your town running efficiently, these are the things that we need. We're not just doing it because we want to spend money. This is stuff that we're being mandated to do, and the people have to say yes once in a while and give us what we need. And that's why there's so many warrant articles here. It's giving you options. What is important to you? We don't expect everything to pass, but we're putting it out there for the people to have an option. And you tell us what you want. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments, questions on Article 11?
My name is Yvette Nicole. I just was wondering, Nancy, I think you said it came from the money came from a grant or...
It's a municipal aid grant that we didn't...
Is there some way for the people that aren't here, like that you could put wording to say like where the money came from? Because this unassigned account, like...
Well, the money has already gone into the fund balance, so that's where it's coming from. It's not naming that municipal fund.
However, in the voter's guide that we will be producing, we will spell that out.
Yeah, just so
Yep.
people like that aren't here today will understand that the money didn't come from some other...
Right.
Yes, so
taxes
it
that
can't
got-
be on the warrant article because
Okay.
the funds are coming from unassigned, but it will be going into the voter's guide that we will be offering to all the voters.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments on Article 11? Seeing there are none, we'll move on to Article 12. Article 11 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 12, to see if the town will vote, as proposed by the Board of Selectmen, to raise and appropriate the sum of $60,000 to be paid towards the 2020 solid waste disposal budget as an offset to the recycling and disposal costs, and to authorize the withdrawal of $60,000 from the Transfer Station Recycling Special Revenue Fund created in 2003 for this purpose. This article would result in no increase in the amount to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen does recommend this article 5-0. I'm going to just note this is another one of those accounting banking articles that are required by law. Mr. Dog is nodding his head, so I'm going to ask him to comment.
Mr. Moderator has it very well. This is a fund that's been around now for 17 years, and into this fund goes the money that the transportation brings in from things like bulk items. It's especially important that we raise a lot of money from other towns whose bulk items that come in and cost us less than we charge to get rid of. One thing I will bring to people's attention is that has been decreasing. Now that there are annual vouchers, we're seeing a tapering off, or actually a decrease in the amount of money that the transfer station brings in to add to this account every year. And we are now at the point where I think in the future we are not going to be able to take $60,000 out of the account each year because we're no longer bringing in $60,000. At one point, we were taking out approximately what we were putting in annually. We're now hitting the point where we're taking in that much less that in the future this number is going to have to go down, and the amount that has to be raised by taxes to support the transfer station is going to have to go up.
And for those who are interested, the current balance in that account as of December 31st was $212,000. So we're looking to take $60,000 of that to apply towards the transfer station budget, essentially.
This account also pays those years when we have a hazardous waste day. This account has been paying for the hazardous waste days also.
Ms. Cotter.
Thank you. Just a quick question. You said that there's less coming in. It used to be equal to the 60, and now there's less. How much actually came in this year?
I don't have that number in front of me.
It's not here on this list.
Nancy might have it.
That would be good to put in the voter's guide.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Actually, at one time, we made much more than we took out. That's how come we have a higher amount. And the selectmen actually determined that, we'll try to build that up so there's a little bit of a cushion there so that we can do the hazardous waste days. We used to do a bulk every other year, and this money would be used to offset the bulk vouchers. We're seeing that diminish.
Any other comments or discussion or questions regarding Article 12? Seeing there are none, we'll move on to Article 13. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $26,327 for the following community services: Area Home Care and Family Services, $3,800, Child Advocacy Center, $2,000, Drugs Are Dangerous, $2,500, Haven, $3,050, Lamprey Healthcare, $1,600, New Hampshire SPCA, $750, Rockingham County Community Action, $5,000, Rockingham Nutrition Meals on Wheels, $2,927, the Vic Geary Center, $2,700, and Waypoint, formerly known as Child and Family Services, $2,000. They make a total of $26,327. This article would result in an estimated 5.1 cent increase per $1,000 of assessed value to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen does recommend this article. And let's hear from the selectmen first, and then if there's someone from one of these organizations or someone else wants to speak about it, we'll take them next. Yes, Mr. Doggett.
These services are for what we're paying annually. For some of them, it's considered a contribution. For some, it's considered almost like a dues. We're getting back at least tenfold to the residents of the town of Newton. We have been supporting the same group of people annually for at least the past 10 years. There's one less this year because one group dropped out because their reorganization, and that's family mediation. So inform people that when you see that 5.1 cent increase, that has been the same every year for the, I believe it's the past 10 or 11 years. Like I say, these are things like the area home health care, the Meals on Wheels. There are, what we're paying as a town towards Meals on Wheels is peanuts compared to what the residents of Newton are receiving in services.
I also want to state that it is the town's responsibility to take care of its people. We are required to provide these services. If they are not voted here, then the town would have to find another way to provide services. This is just an agreement with these particular providers of what is expected to be spent to provide services to our residents. So we're doing it, we're just letting you see what we're doing and how we're doing it and allowing you to show your approval.
Mr. Pavera, I'm going to say one thing, come on up, but I want to say one thing. I've heard from the people sitting next to me, it may have sounded, when I said 5.1 cents, that I may have mumbled it and it sounded like percent. Since no one fainted or, gasped, I assume everyone kind of auto-corrected in their head. But in case somebody was listening on the cable and didn't quite get it, we're talking 5 cents per thousand, not 5%, which would be scary. Mr. Pavera.
This warrant, numbers change a little bit every year, but this warrant is a continuing warrant that comes up every single year. Annie asked a good question a little while ago on another one. Can we take this, round it to $30,000, and just put it a warrant that's continually, doesn't have to show up every year? Because it goes on and on and on. Me personally, I like to minimize the amount of warrants.
Me too.
Me too.
Me too. Okay, me too.
Can we do that? Can we do that here?
Actually, on this, you cannot, because this is dispersal of municipal monies to non-municipal agencies. And therefore, if the town were, if this was the cost to supply, and we had town employees that were handling these, we could do it. But we're taking your tax dollar and giving it to a nonprofit organization. In order to do that, every year, the taxpayers or the voters have to say, yes, you can take my money and give it to another organization.
I understand the English language. I didn't understand a word you just said.
Sorry, it's a bit of legalese.
So
I'll try to reduce, maybe the lawyer can
Right,
put
right.
it into common language.
So this,
And I can take a crack, but that's
this is what I specialize on the Board of Selectmen. Let me. So basically,
My
these
interpreter.
are, as Jim said at the end, we don't have folks who work for the town who can do these services. So what we're doing is we're outsourcing, in a sense, to nonprofits to do these services. In order to take that money and outsource it, we need the town to approve that.
The law
Annually.
says we need it.
Annually.
You can't put that language into a warrant that makes it reoccurring?
No. State law prohibits it.
Sometimes the amounts change, sometimes the companies change. They leave, they come. So we always do one warrant article separately for the first year. People voted in, it goes in with the group.
And there's going to be one later,
Yes.
so.
All right, my head hurts again.
we're stuck with it.
It was a lot worse before when we were in
One by one, yeah.
one by one.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
So they're too big.
Jamie Fitzpatrick again. I just want to clarify for anybody watching, the 26,327 is not an increase, is my understanding, this year over last year. We're going to spend an extra 26,000.
Right.
It has to be in every single year. You paid this last year. It's not a net change from last year. It's not an additional amount of money that's going out. It's to continue doing what we have been doing. So I just want to make that clear to folks.
Correct, thank you. Ms. White.
if I do remember correctly, we have them all bunched together now. Back a few years ago, we used to vote on each single one of these individually. They were individual warrant articles for each entity. So now they're all together lumped under one.
Any further discussion on Article 13? Seeing there is none, we'll move on to Article 14. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, as proposed by the Recreation Commission, the sum of $4,500 for recreational programs and trips for Newton senior citizens. This article would result in an estimated less than 1 cent, sort of almost a penny, increase per $1,000 assessed value to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen does recommend this article 5-0. Do we have a selectman who wants to talk to it?
So this is, I'll be very brief. I think this was when Selectman Donovan was first on the board back in the day. He worked with rec to start putting this in to kind of offset just a little bit what the seniors in town who might not use the school system end up paying. So we're very successful with this one. Hopefully it'll pass again this year because we always pretty much sell out tickets to go on these trips, and that's about it.
And again, being a frequent article every year, it's not an additional 1 cent over last year. It would be pretty much you spent the 1 cent last year, we're just asking you to spend it again this year.
Mike, you don't qualify for this year? Well, okay.
Mr. Favero.
I'm gonna take another stab at it. This is another one that goes in every year. But this one seems to be that we control it. Am I right?
Yep.
Actually, yeah.
Not make this so we don't need to read it again another year?
So we could put it as a budget line item, absolutely, but sometimes we want to carry these things. Yeah.
Warrants are misleading to people that go into the book.
Yep.
That's on there every year.
I would put it this way, I've said this before in rec meetings, this could be a budget line item in the rec budget. It'd be a huge increase to the rec budget. When we put it on the warrant like this, it tends to be successful. So if it isn't broken,
But
don't
can you
fix it
not
type
make the
thing.
warrant so it's reoccurring?
No, not reoccurring, but,
No, warrant.
Yeah,
I do
right,
it with
right.
Highway block grant. The
Right,
highway
right.
block grant showed up every year as a warrant. And we
Yeah.
gotta read it every year, and we gotta vote on it every year. And it's just, it's an exercise that can be avoided.
yeah.
Now
this-
we don't read it every year. It comes from a grant, it goes into the fund, and it's done.
Yeah, this is a little different. The reason I think we do this is because it's specific to a certain population in town. Just like we're going to be talking about, I think the next one about the lifeguards is specific to a certain population in town. So I'm a broken record. Truest form of democracy. Do people really want this? They can let us know. If we put it in as a rec line item, both of these, this one and the next one, we up the rec budget, which might not succeed, but we're specifically calling this out, so.
And quite frankly, one of the reasons that this appears as a warrant article now, because when it first started, the first several years, it was in the rec budget. And then I believe, I have a good memory, but it's not that great. I believe one of the reasons that it appeared as a warrant article was in an effort to bring down the budget and bring it in line with the default. Certain things were pulled at that time out of various department budgets and put out as separate warrant articles.
So the rec budget, proposed rec budget is a little over 18,000. So if we added both of these to that, you know, it'd be significant upper that people, this is called out, people get to vote, so.
Mr. Ferrero, why don't we let Mr. Donovan say what he says, because I think he's probably got a...
Bob Donovan, years ago when this was started, it was always a warrant article. It was never in the budget. We tried to do a warrant article to have it put into the budget a few years back, but a lot of people got confused. They saw the warrant article for $5,000, which was original. Then they saw another one for $5,000 to go into the town budget. There was confusion, they thought it was gonna be $10,000, but everybody voted no on putting it in the budget. That's why so far it's gonna continue to be a warrant article.
Thank you. I'm going to just take a moderator's prerogative for 1 second to give a little bit of a history lesson. Before there was the style of town meeting we have now where each article appears on the ballot, what's called SB2 voting, we originally in the town of Newton had a legislative meeting like this where all the votes happened right here. So in other words, if we had been back before we went to SB2, this group of people in the room right now would vote up or down on these articles, and then they would be done with them. So traditionally, if we look back on the history of this whole process, it was pretty quick to go up-down votes on things, and it didn't seem like a burdensome effort where you had a bunch of text, and then you had to put it on a ballot, then you had to read the whole ballot, and you had to vote on the whole thing, because in fact, if we'd been back in the traditional town meeting, you know, we would have gone through this warrant, and it either would have passed in the first 5 or 10 minutes, or it would have failed, and we would have been done with it. And there was a benefit to that, but the disadvantage to that was that less people were able to participate, and sometimes the people in the room didn't have a lot of information, and things went in one direction or another. And I'll just say I have been in a meeting where we went from having a health officer to not having a health officer in that same 15-minute period. And when it was all over, everybody was kind of stunned, because that's what the voters did at that moment, at that point in time, for whatever reason. And I think everybody that walked out afterwards said, that was probably not a good idea, but we just did it. So there is a benefit to having people gather information, think about it, and vote later. That said, obviously, if you've got a warrant that's 6 pages long, it's tough for people voting. So I will leave it up to the voters, perhaps, the selectmen, to think about whether that balance between giving the voters a chance to vote on something, which I generally am in favor of, or saving everybody time and having less warrant articles, which I'm also in favor of. Any other discussion on 14? Seeing there's none, let's move on. Article 15. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, as proposed by the Recreation Commission, the sum of $15,750 to hire 3 part-time lifeguards, 1 part-time supervisor of lifeguards, and to purchase the necessary safety equipment to oversee the safety of all swimmers at the town beach between May 2020 and September 2020. This article would result in an estimated 3.1 cents increase per $1,000 of assessed value to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen does recommend this article, and I'm going to guess Mr. Burrow would be the person to start out on that one.
So basically, we've had this a couple of times. It was successful the last couple of years. Last year was the first year we actually implemented this program. So it was live and learn. We implemented the program. We realized in addition to the lifeguards, we really had to pay somebody to manage, in that they would be making out a schedule. They'd be changing the schedule as necessary throughout the summer, and additionally getting the necessary safety equipment. So this is based on actual actual budgeting that we encountered that we would need. This is one of those things, as I said earlier, not a certain amount of the population uses the town beach and thinks this is wonderful. A certain amount of the population doesn't even know where the town beach is. But I find that we hear positive things about this. Hopefully people will support this as in the warrant this year. So.
Any other discussion on warrant Article 15? Seeing there is none, it'll go on the ballot as written. Article 16. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, as proposed by the Board of Selectmen, the sum of $5,000 for a sign at the street entrance of the safety complex located at 8 Merrimack Road. This article would result in an estimated 1 cent, that is 1 penny, increase per $1,000 of assessed value to be raised by taxes. The Board of Selectmen does recommend this article 3-2. Let's hear from one of the proponents first, or would we rather hear from, well, I'll let Mr. Doggett. Why don't you go first?
I'll just bring this up. If you've been to the safety complex on where the fire and police department are, you'll see two little signs that you really can't see from the road very well. Most people luckily know that the police department is up there. However, there are new people to town, people that need to get around. There's really no good signage. This is to supply a small amount of money for a decent-sized sign there. If it passes, it will go out to bid. If it doesn't pass, we'll figure something out. This is one of those things that we told people that we would put forward. To me, it's not a high priority item, but it is something that we said we would put on the ballot, so we did.
I think the two opposed were Lisa, you and I, right?
Yes.
So my thing was, I think this would be a nice to have, but I don't think we need it right now. And perhaps at the end of the year, we take a look at monies available, we might be able to do something, but that's why I voted no.
And I agreed with Selectman Burrow. There are signs, maybe they're not the biggest, maybe they're not the closest to the road, but there are signs that identify that the police department and the fire department are at that property. So we have, in my mind, more important warrant articles that I would like to see the voters approve, and that's why I'm not in favor of this one at this time.
One of the things that we did consider doing is approaching the Industrial Arts Department at the high school and seeing whether or not they could help the town. I know that the trustees, well, the high school trustees recently purchased a very expensive CNC machine, which might enable them. And needless to say, the $5,000 at that point would probably be a few $100s worth of materials. And I've already volunteered to help dig post holes to put it in.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, so Jamie Fitzpatrick, my guess would be when people see a sign for $5,000, this is going to get voted down. When that happens, you might want to talk to the local scout troops. Eagle Scouts have community projects that they do. This might fit right in line with the community project and help a kid get his Eagle badge. So just food for thought.
There are many possibilities. I will tell you that when this was originally brought as part of the warrant, it had there is a sign design for Merrimack Road that has a $25,000 price tag. Needless to say, your Board of Selectmen just saw that number and went, no. This was our
Mr. Donovan.
Hey, Bob Donovan again. I drove down 108, which I know the town a little bit. And if you look down Merrimack Road, you can definitely see the signs. I don't have a problem getting a sign, but I think it should be out on the island at 108. If you don't know that the complex is on Merrimack Road, you're not gonna look down there. Drive down 108, you got a big sign with an arrow, everybody knows where to go. Turn, take a left or right on the Merrimack Road, you can't miss it, you definitely need some glasses.
Probably a good idea.
Unfortunately, just so you're aware, I think that's a good idea, but the warrant article is not written that way. So even if it passed, we couldn't do it. We would have to put it where the warrant article states to put it.
Well, that's fine, you take the signs in front of the fire station and move it out to 108. The sign's what, 3 by 5? You gotta know to look down there. Put the big signs in, you know good.
Mr. Barrow.
I just want to clarify something. I believe I'm right. If this fails, we can't take money from another budget and do that sign.
Correct.
Correct, yeah.
All right, I just want to clarify.
What I,
because you had mentioned
exactly,
at
what
the
I,
end of the year,
what I
we get
meant
money
was,
amount, we can do it. We're dead in the water if this fails.
exactly, what I meant was in lieu of putting it on the warrant, that's what I
Oh,
would
you
rather
took
have
the
done.
warrant off?
Correct, yeah.
I think that would have been safer, because I
Yeah.
agree with Jamie.
Yeah.
This is going to hit the warrant, and this
Yeah.
is going to fail.
Another one coming up is just like that too. It would have been safer for us not to approach it at all.
However, to Mr. Donovan's point, this warrant article would prevent us from putting a sign at the street entrance. It would not prevent us from, at the end of the year, finding if there were available funds to put a sign at Merrimack Road and 108.
Actually, nothing prevents us from doing
Yeah,
that. We could do
because-
that tomorrow if we...
Let me
I'm
translate,
just saying,
Mike,
because
because
this-
of the way it's written. So because of the specificity of the way it's written, as long as we don't do specifically, well, we're barred from doing what it specifically says, but what Bob said is a different project. Mike, you can go that way. I notice you keep going around. You good?
I'd like to propose that the amount be amended to $1 to leave the options open. It would probably pass, and it would leave all the options open for the selectmen at the end of the year. So I'd like to make that motion.
Second?
Second?
Okay. Open for discussion. Do we have?
No, that's what I was going to say.
So, the question is, do the voters want to amend that to $1 for a sign? If it passes, I think are you limited to the $1, or you can change the amount? You can
No,
still-
it creates a line item in the
line item
budget,
that you can transfer into line
and then
item.
we would be able to transfer.
So that has the effect, and I'm just trying to help for people who aren't that familiar with some of these details, and I just asked, is that if it passed at $1, then the selectmen could transfer funds in at their discretion from other line items in the budget and build that sign, or have the sign built. If it fails, they'd be in the same boat as if it failed at $5,000, namely they couldn't do it at all.
Right.
However, as been noted, it says for a sign at the street entrance of the safety complex, and warrants mean what they say, so if they decided to put the sign up down on 108, then that wouldn't have anything to do with this warrant one way or the other, funding, not funding, it's a completely different issue. And probably the highway department could put signs up, a highway sign kind of thing, independent of.
We'll tell you later, we just signed you up for
You're all set, Mike, don't worry. I left the room for a minute. Just got the job. But anyway, so that's the point. So, discussion on the issue of amending $5,000 to $1. Seeing there is none, we're going to vote on it. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
The ayes carry, sounds like to me. So it will be amended to $1.
Do the selectmen get to recommend or not recommend this article now?
Correct. Since they have a recommendation, the selectmen get the opportunity to remake their recommendation based on the amended article. So I'm going to give the selectmen, 30 seconds for discussion amongst themselves or with the public, and
I'll move to recommend.
Second. That's you.
Oh,
You're up now.
well, you seconded, and we need an all in favor at this point, right?
Is it for the
Yeah, you
dollar?
gotta call the
Is that the
vote.
recommendation?
Yes,
Dollar?
it's,
For a dollar.
do we want to recommend the warrant article to raise and appropriate $1 for a sign at the street entrance?
Wait, Jim didn't say that.
And so, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Now, the reason I am opposed is because this was brought to us as a request to do so. The board had decided at that time to make it a warrant article to see if the townspeople wanted us to spend the money to do it. Effectively changing the amount to $1 is saying, we don't want the voters to be able to tell us whether or not to do it, or, to spend this amount of money. We're saying to the voters, hey, let us spend $1. That's not the true value of what a sign would cost at that road. That's why I'm against the warrant article.
thank you. Okay, so, and just as a point of sort of education again, in theory, people could circle back and re-amend articles in the future. I'm going to ask the voters if they want to, someone would like to put forth the motion and then vote to not reconsider warrant articles that we go through here during the course of the day.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The ayes carry. So we're not going to do reconsiderations during the course of the That was 4-1? Yeah, so the selectmen.
3-1, there's only
Oh, I'm sorry, 3-1, correct, because we're short one member. My apologies. Thank you. Okay, so, any further discussion on Article 16? Seeing there is none, we'll move on to Article 17. 16 will go on the ballot as amended. Article 17, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate as proposed by the Board of Selectmen the sum of $50,000 to be deposited into the engineering and renovation of the land and buildings located at 8 Merrimack Road Capital Reserve Fund, created in 2015. This article would result in an estimated 9.8 cents, or approximately a dime, increase per $1,000 of assessed value to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen recommended this article 4-1. Let's hear first from one of the proponents of that article.
So I would just say this is to see if the town wants to invest in the safety complex as it stands currently. So we've finished the fire station. To give you an example of what needs to be done over there, the pavement, the parking area around the other buildings, so not the fire station, it would be nice if we could invest in kind of the engineering, make sure we have the proper footing over there, lay pavement, that sort of thing. Would be safer, would be better for our tenants that we have over there. And then perhaps if something else comes along for those specific buildings, that specific area over there, we would have this on account, so to speak, that we can use from. At the end of the day, it's a warrant article because people can decide if they want to invest in this specifically.
Mr. Doggett.
I personally thought it should have been 25,000, and that as opposed to coming out of taxes, that it should have come from the unexpended fund balance at the end of the year. I believe that's a more appropriate place to, as more appropriate revenue source to fund. I firmly believe in capital reserve funds. I don't think it's possible for us to have too many. I just believe that the number should have been 25,000, and as opposed to it coming from taxation, it should have come from the unexpended fund balance.
Now, I will like to say, for those who want to know, that capital reserve fund right now is just under $41,000 in it. And that's strictly from the rental income that we've been receiving, which, as you know from the other warrant article, is a little over $10,000 a year. That's not going to get us very far, very fast when it comes to necessary improvements or repairs or that sort of thing to that safety complex. So if we don't start setting money aside in preparation for these big ticket expenses, such as the middle school, I believe, that had the roof collapse kind of thing. If we don't have something that will allow us to address that, it will make things very difficult for us to be able to provide our services and provide fixes where we need to. So we need to start considering the future of this town and the infrastructures of this town.
Yes, sir.
Jim Baker. There's a very similar warrant article that came before, number 7. It asks for $10,200 from the unassigned fund balance, and this is $50,000 asking to be put into a capital reserve fund. Can you just address the difference between the unassigned balance and what that money represents versus the $50,000 that's being asked for the capital reserve fund?
Mr. Doggett, thank you.
The unassigned fund balance is the money left over at the end of the year from the various budgets of the town that is unexpended. It normally goes to offset the following year's taxes. This warrant article is an appropriation article, therefore it's wholly raised and appropriated by taxes.
So one is for money that's going to be building up a reserve. This will be on top of the 41,000, I guess you said it was?
Correct.
Right. This would up it to 91,000.
And the purpose of that is going forward, if you have a need, you'll have some money in reserve, kind of like a contingency fund.
Correct. And being a specific capital reserve fund, those funds can only be used for the purpose that that fund was created for.
And then the 10,200, is that being earmarked for a specific purpose then, that's separate from the
It is
capital
not
reserve?
separate, it is inclusive. It's just 10,000
That you
per
happen to have
year.
that's unexpended.
Right, and it's unexpended because it is revenue,
Right.
okay? This is revenue to the town, just like taxes are revenue to the town, fees are revenue to the town. All of this revenue goes into the unassigned fund balance. Then what is appropriated is then taken from that unassigned balance to be expended. What's left at the end of the year is your unexpended fund balance or
And they're
unassigned.
both, would both go into the capital reserve fund.
Correct.
Thank you.
And just to be clear with Article 7, if it were to fail, then the funds would remain in the unexpended fund balance.
And accrue, it'd still be there.
Yes, sir.
Jim Wilkins, Kenwood Drive. I just have questions about the capital fund, about how it functions. So I guess my first question is, once we've appropriated monies into that fund, for those funds to be dispersed, does that require a future warrant article, or is that done at the discretion of the board?
This particular one, the Board of Selectmen is named as agents. Therefore, they would have to have a public hearing in order to expend. There may be a couple leftover older ones that actually required that there be a town warrant article in order to expend. But I think they've mostly been converted.
So as a follow-up, if there was a catastrophic occurrence where the police department would collapse, that would not be money that could be easily dispersed. You'd have to go through the formality of town meetings and whatnot to.
Well, in order to access this fund, we would have to place a ad in the newspaper, hold a public hearing, and could immediately expend the funds.
Thank you.
Mr. Doggett.
Mr. Moderator, I would like to move to amend this article to the amount of $25,000 and to have the stipulation that the funds are to come from the unexpended fund balance at the end of the year.
So second,
By the wording of where you want to put, how that's going to work. The
Second.
50 to 25,000, okay, I got the second, but the 50 to 25,000 I got.
Okay.
Where would the textually go for the,
but that's what my second's about. Second for discussion, I think we can change the amount. I don't think we can change where this is coming from.
Okay.
Am I correct in that? Anybody?
Yes.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
you are correct, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, we're just reducing it to 25,000.
Okay, so
So I'm seconding the 25, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
All else same.
does that, I'm sorry for having a kind of sidebar discussion there, do the voters follow along with that discussion? So the amendment proposed by Mr. Doggett would be to change the amount from 50,000 to 25,000, and that was seconded. There was a question if we could do more, and the answer is no, we can't. So, discussion on that. Anyone want to speak to that issue?
I will like to mention that that will also reflect that the article would result in an estimated approximately 5-cent increase per thousand as opposed to the .098.
Well, actually, it's 4.9, but
Yeah, I said approximately.
I firmly believe in capital reserve funds. I think they're the greatest thing in the world that we can do is put money aside for future. However, I'm realistic. Looking at some of the items on this year's warrant between the budget and a new pumper for the fire station, for the fire department, I think $25,000 is a realistic number. $50,000 is way beyond what I know I can budget for.
Do we have anyone who would like to speak to this issue?
Mike, you okay? You good?
I'm good.
Okay, all in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed to the amendment? Okay, that one's a little close for me, so I'm going to ask the people who are in favor of the amendment to hold their hands up.
Those were very loud no's.
Okay, and let's have the noes put their hands up. The ayes carry. Sorry. Yeah, I think our noes were perhaps a little more forceful and emotional than our yays. All right. So the amendment carries. Any further discussion or amendments related to?
17.
I think we should have another vote.
That's correct. The selectmen will, I'm about to give it to the selectmen if we're not going to do any further amendments to it.
Move
Okay,
to,
so it doesn't look like we have any further amendments. We're going to take a brief pause and let the selectmen have a mini meeting to come up with their endorsement.
move to recommend.
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none? That's unanimous.
Silly question, since we're short a select, member of the select board today, how does that appear under recommend?
4-0.
So it won't say anything like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that will indicate that there were only 4 members voting.
Right.
I move for no further reconsideration.
Thank you
Second.
very much. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, onwards. Article 17 will appear with the amendment, and I trust we've got the recording of the selectmen's vote, correct? 4-0.
4-0.
Thank you. Article 18, to see if the town will vote to authorize the selectmen to enter into a 10-year lease purchase agreement to purchase a fully equipped E1 fire apparatus for the fire department at a cost of $649,000, payable over a term of 10 years at a rate of $76,744.14 annually, and to raise and appropriate $76,744.14 for the year's first payment. Full cost of the vehicle is $669,000. The amount of the lease reflects the trade-in value of the vehicles being replaced. This agreement does contain an escape clause. It only requires a majority vote because of the nature of the transaction. This article would result in an estimated 15 cents, that is $0.15, increase per 1,000 of assessed value to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen does recommend this article 5-0, and I trust, well, I guess the selectmen can have the first crack at it, and then I assume our chief would like to speak. Okay, we'll just let the selectmen.
Okay, first of all, it needs to be amended. I would move to amend it to remove the, where it says K1 fire apparatus, and
E1.
replace that with the word pumper.
E1.
E1, sorry. I drew a line through mine, so I couldn't read it.
And I think that's okay because the intent is not changed,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
Right. And then to insert, prior to the 649,000, the 76,744, the 669, not to, the words not to exceed.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't,
Yeah, let me get this.
I'm not,
Would you,
I
I'll,
think I get the idea, but what you're trying to say is that it would, at a cost not to exceed $649,000.
right, not to exceed,
Replacing the word of with this not to exceed.
right.
And then similarly,
At a rate
Rate
not to exceed
not to
76,
got it.
to raise and appropriate, not to exceed 76.
Well, no,
and
to raise and appropriate for the first year's payment, we can't raise and appropriate and not to exceed amount, can we? No. How can we? Because how do you put it in the budget? You don't know what it is, right?
Because it's not in the budget, it's a warrant article.
What?
It's not in the budget, it's a warrant article. We have actually, we have in the past had warrant articles not to exceed with only one figure in them.
Yeah, these have been DRA
So it's got to
vetted.
be an appropriate an amount, not to exceed.
Right.
Okay, then the full cost of the vehicle will not exceed,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then the rate will be unknown. Right, well, it can't exceed 15 cents, but it could be less, right?
If I may, the most important thing on that warrant article to recommend to change is the wording E1.
Right.
You're using a specific manufacturer, which basically would tie the hands of the Board of Selectmen. So if you, the recommendation was to remove the manufacturer, well, I would
Correct,
say,
correct.
and just put rescue pumper.
Everything else is.
Whoa, hold on, wait. Okay, this is a great example of what sounds like a friendly amendment. So, are we good on, are we gonna, do we have to discuss?
I
debate,
apologize.
I mean, can you guys concur on whether it's pumper or rescue pumper?
I apologize. I have a minor speech impediment. I looked at the paper, I saw the word rescue. It was not coming out of my mouth at that
No
point.
problem, so we're trying to, that's why we do
So it
this
should be
sometimes.
rescue slash, hyphen.
Okay, that's fine, we just want to make sure we get it right. Okay, so, do we want to separate the discussion on the rescue pumper versus the rest of it, or you want to try to do all the amendment in one fell swoop?
I would like to separate it.
My idea on this was we weren't changing any numbers. We were only changing the name from E1 to rescue pumper.
Correct.
Okay, so why don't we start with that, if everyone...
Should we have a second
Mr.
on
Doggett,
that
you okay
amendment
on that?
first?
We haven't got that for you.
I can second.
Sure, I have no problem.
So, again, we sometimes try to move things along a little bit, so having had a little bit of sidebar discussion here, Mr. Doggett's amendment, initial amendment,
Is to change the E1 to,
remove the
Rescue
word
pu-
E1, replace it with rescue/pumper.
thank you.
No
Second.
slash, just rescue pumper.
That's it. Second.
Okay, so we don't want the slash in between, we want a space in between.
Chief, no slash? Doesn't matter, right?
It's fine.
Slash,
Space.
hyphen,
Got it.
dash,
Okay.
ellipse.
And remember, in traditional town meeting, we would have debated that because that informality we just did here would have never flied. So we would have spent a half an hour going back and forth and voting on whether there was a slash or not a slash. But we kind of skipped through that here a little bit to move it along because we all want to go home at some point. So we have a proposed amendment to replace the word E1 with the two-word, better description, rescue pumper. That's what we're going to take for now. We have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, any debate, discussion on that change? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes carry. Okay, so that's the First Amendment. Now, let's go back. Mr. Dark, do you want to readdress the set of textual changes related to not to exceed the amount?
Exactly. What I'm basically doing is saying that all of these numbers are not to exceed numbers versus we're definitely paying $649,000 because we may actually get it a little cheaper.
So if you get it cheap, as long as you don't go over the total.
Because if we get it a little cheaper, if it's not to exceed, then we don't have to raise and appropriate the full 76, 744, and 14 cents this year.
That's taking a gamble.
However, I'm not in favor of that because I think it'll be confusing. And whether we say at a cost of or not to exceed, it's going to have the same effect.
Right.
We have the quote that our best quote so far as of the warrant article, which gave us these numbers. That's why we put them here. However, between now and the time that we're ready to purchase it, if this article succeeds, we may actually find a better rate.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. If not, we know we have this one.
Right.
And we have the funds that were approved. So if we get a better deal, just because we appropriate $649,000 for $76,000 that first year, does not mean we have to spend it all. If it costs us less, we spend less. That's the key I want to make here. So if we say get a apparatus for $639,000, so we save $39,000, The taxpayers won't pay that extra 30,000 just because it was voted to appropriate.
Actually, if we don't put the not to exceed number in, they will for the first year.
No, what they'll pay is 76,744 potentially. And it may be raised in taxes, but it would go into
Well,
unexpended
I was
balance.
just going to say, what I'm trying to do is produce something where, even if we save people a penny on their tax bill, it's a penny. It's any one of the other number of warrant articles that we have here, it's an offset. I would rather not raise and appropriate it in the first place. Either way, I'm happy. It's something we absolutely need. It's one of those things that has, for the past 10 years, been driving our town budgets higher and higher annually, has been the repair to what are presently this would be replacing an approximately 35-year-old vehicle, 33-year-old, 30-year-old, okay. I'm getting signals from the chief. A 30-year-old vehicle that quite honestly has reached the end of its useful life. We need to be able to supply people with these services.
Thank you.
Chief.
The main reason to change from an E1, the board would be locked in on that manufacturer. The reason a rescue pumper, the article's actually to purchase one vehicle that does the job of the two vehicles. So a hyphen, a slash, nothing, it's the same at the end of the day. The intent of the Board of Selectmen, per their vote, was to replace the engine, pumper, and the rescue truck with one, which would bring maintenance costs down, repair costs down, and everything else, and that's the reason for the change.
Correct.
Actually, before the chief sits down, may I ask him to give one other? Chief, what have we spent on maintaining those two vehicles for the past 5 years?
I apologize. Per the selection, we did not do 5 years. We went back 8 years.
Okay.
And on one of the vehicles, according to the records, I believe it was approximately 152,000, which is on the engine, but the high amount was about 8 years ago. It was refurbished to give it a little more time. The other vehicle is approximately $20,000 in this short window. I cannot find invoices or repair records for about 4 years. I talked to the bookkeeper, and the way the bookkeeper paper, I guess it's up in storage, and it would take her quite a bit of time to start trying to figure out what manufacturers we used from 2011 to 2015. It'd take her a little while, so we just stopped. My numbers are based on what I found. The public record, anybody can take a peek at them. Okay. Total, in all those years before apparatus, I believe came in at about 200,000, a little more than 200-something thousand dollars. And I've said this 5 years ago. The apparatus is getting older. One of them, it's documented that I assume it went to the Board of Selectmen back in 2013 that we are talking about to replace, said that the pump was obsolete, that the parts had to be manufactured. So that's where the high costs for repairs are coming in for the past few years. A lot of stuff has to be custom made.
Mr. Hammond.
I've got a question about your not to exceed in terms of what it's going to do to setting the tax rate. When do the numbers have to go into the state when they figure out what the tax rate's going to be? And when are you going to know how much you're actually going to spend?
That would be in, I believe, September.
Excuse me? Within 20 days after town meeting vote, we have to provide all those figures to the state.
So basically, the not to exceed doesn't make any difference because
doesn't.
you're not gonna know what the number is.
You already can't-
They're gonna have to calculate the tax rate based upon the
Right.
tax number.
You
if-
can't
that's
exceed
it.
this number that's being voted on. So to put not to exceed is redundant.
They're
Oh,
still gonna
okay.
use that number no matter
Right.
what.
Right.
I was approached to add that language into this warrant article. I am not married to it.
Does he have a motion on the floor?
Okay, so let's.
I will withdraw my motion.
You can if you want. That's fine. Okay.
Yeah,
so
like I said,
the amendment motion has been withdrawn. Any further discussion on 18?
the chief might.
I am going to make a kind of a shortcut, and I'm going to give a one-word answer opportunity to the selectmen. Do the selectmen want to re-vote after we changed from E1 to rescue pumper? And I'm guessing they're going to say no.
No.
Thank you. Okay, on to Article 19. If Article 18 fails, to see if the town will vote as proposed by the fire chief to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be placed in the existing capital reserve fund known as the Fire Apparatus and Equipment Refurbishment Fund, voted in 2011. If Article 18 passes, this article is null and void. This article would result in an estimated 9.8 cents or dime increase.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on, let me just finish reading this. Per $1,000 of assessed value to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen does recommend this article. The clerk's office is raising a question, if you can excuse me for 1 minute.
We're gonna let you do this one, because we gotta go back to the last one. There's something.
Well, let's fix the
Yeah,
last
do-
one.
all
Let's
right.
back up and fix the last one if we
Because
have
you
it.
changed the one pumper, that vote was on 5 selectmen. You just changed it. I can't have 5.
Okay, thank you very much. That was an
Welcome, that's
excellent
Cheryl.
catch. Okay.
It's a good point.
The original vote listed from the selectmen is 5-0 because they were in a normal meeting. We only have 4 selectmen today. So I was wrong. I should have asked the selectmen to re-vote on Article 20 since there's only 4 of them here and we amended it. So for
Article
Article
18?
18, the selectmen,
We're not required to.
just do it and do it quick.
Just do it.
Okay.
Just do it.
Move to recommend.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. 19, back to where we were. Sorry, folks. Okay. All right, so, Article 19, which I managed to misplace, there we go. Okay, this is regarding, I just read it, regarding appropriating the sum of $50,000 in the event of Article 18 failing. Chief?
Just quick, since you brought it. The question on the previous article was approximately 214,000 repairs on 4 pieces of apparatus in that amount of time, since about 2011, 2012. In regards to this article, 2015, 2016, 2017, I believe was never included into the warrant because 15, the board went for a new tanker. 16 and 17 was the new fire station. In 2018, the warrant article was placed in and was approved. In 2019, the article was placed in, and I believe it failed by 5 or 6 votes. You need the capital reserve to be able to bring the price of the fire trucks down. Without the capital reserve, the fire trucks, you're going to be paying. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Doggett?
I would move to reduce this number to 25,000.
A second? Hearing no second, the motion fails.
All right, I would like to inform people that, A, it's a moot point if the fire apparatus is approved, the 50,000 won't be raised and appropriated. But if the fire apparatus article does fail, currently we have $52,000 in that fire apparatus and equipment refurbishment fund. That's it. You cannot buy a fire truck In fact, I don't think.
Tonka. You can get a Tonka.
For $50,000. So putting $50,000 into this fund, if the request to actually purchase one fails, makes good business sense, because then next year, we can try again, using some of this fund to produce a lower costing apparatus, but not by much. And the other point of 18 being better than 19 is that that's one more year of costly repairs or sunsetting and having them not be available for service to the town until we can get another apparatus.
Mr. Dog?
I was the no on this one, and I think 99% of the people in the town know that the fire department is something I hold near and dear. However, you'll see a theme through my capital reserve fund warrant articles that I'll speak to, of $25,000 being a budgetable number. I understand fully the reason for the $50,000, because Lord knows that will be gone probably the next time. If we don't replace it the next time either one of these vehicles goes to the garages that actually service fire trucks, and we're informed that we need new springs. There's a part of the chassis that needs to be redone. I mean, these vehicles are literally getting to turn into money pits. I will probably change my vote in the aftermath, but I had to try to get it down to a better number.
Any other? Yes, sir.
Jim Wilson. Like Selectman Doggett, I am a huge fan of capital funds. I mean, it's just good management practice. The idea of $50,000 is rational. I defer to Chief as to what the typical life cycle is on a truck, but that says you're going to have to go and fund this for 15 years roughly to get another truck. I guess a question I have, and I don't know whether it's allowed, I'd be in favor of removing the word if the previous warrant article fails. I think this is something we should be seriously considering doing as an ongoing basis at $50,000.
Thank you. Sorry. Just so you are all aware, I was the one who voted against this article because I wanted the other article that we had on the warrant for our public hearing.
That
and yet-
doesn't line up, Lisa.
Yeah.
So it was 4-1. You
I
both
was
took
the-
credit for
No,
voting.
I was the one against this warrant article.
I'm going to take the moderator's prerogative.
So was I.
Because I get to maintain order in the meeting, and I'm not going to allow squabbling amongst the selectmen. No debate about what vote on what. So if we can, sir, continuing with your idea, you could certainly propose an amendment to strike the line that reads, if warrant Article 18 passes, this article is null and void. That you're more than welcome to propose that amendment.
And that's what I propose.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I second, and I would like it to be stricken, friendly amendment, from the beginning, the if Article 18 fails, comma, strike that, and the last line, if warrant Article 18 passes, this article is null and void. I'd like to have both of them stricken.
Yeah.
That was a friendly amendment?
I think is, sir, I think that's what you were.
Yeah, that's what you wanted.
Correct.
Okay.
So in typical Town of Newton form, we kind of fixed the text up on the fly to save us some discussion. Okay, just correct. Discussion about that?
Discussion, I think that changes the intent of the warrant article.
I don't think it changes it sufficient that it loses its warning basis. I think we can, that's a change you can do. Because a conditional warrant is, you've been warned about that issue, I think.
Yeah, but it changes the intent in that it's not supposed to live if the other one passes. So now we're changing the intent that it lives even if the other one fails. So that's an intent change.
Right, but the scope of intent is really, the test isn't whether it's a pure change of intent, because, by the way, when we changed it from $5,000 to $1, That certainly changed the intent of that, right? It's the intent, it's the notice cause. In other words, would someone who read this article on the warrant fail to come to this meeting because they felt that the voters shouldn't, they weren't aware of that issue? I think they were aware of that issue. And we've edited in the past, we've changed warrants. We've added the ability to warrants. We've certainly added phrasing that says it's going to be null and void if another one passes.
So just for the minutes, this is just my warning to say this could be challenged down the road, I feel, but obviously I'm the only one.
Everything we do could be challenged down the road.
Absolutely, but this has a hook.
I'm going to let it go. We always have the challenge in any one of these meetings that we're trying to follow the law. The law on some of these things is not entirely clear. There may be different opinions of it. And we may have for many years done something which some Superior Court judge could turn around on a challenge and say, yep, it doesn't count. But we have in the past, based on my recollection, added conditional language that said, this warrant will only take effect if a previous warrant passes or fails. And so removing that kind of language was within the scope of what you as voters can do. That said, it's ultimately going to be your choice as a voter to do it or not do it. So do we have any more discussion on making that amendment? That is, the benefits of that amendment. Seeing there is none, all in... Yes, sir, go ahead. Go ahead.
There's a lot of asks, Jim Baker, there's a lot of asks in this budget. And my concern is if you take out, if Article 18 fails, and the fire truck, if people don't vote for the fire truck, they might not vote for either. But if you have it in there that if Article 18 fails, then they're more likely to vote for at least one or the other. That's my concern.
Good point. Okay. So, again, any other comments or discussion on the amendment per se? All right. All in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Oh, I was just going to say, if the amendment passes, I will once again introduce the reduction in the number, which may make it much more palatable to the voters.
That's fine. Okay. All in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed to the amendment?
Nay.
Well, they would be nays, but we'll count those ayes as nays. I think the nays have it.
Can we do a...
You can do a hand count, yep. We've been asked to do a hand count. Okay, if you are in favor of this amendment, hold your hand up. If you are opposed to this amendment, hold your hand up. I think the opposition won. So, the amendment fails. Do we have any other discussion, amendment, questions regarding Article 19? Seeing there is none, on to Article 20. To see if the town will vote, as proposed by the Board of Selectmen and the Police Chief, to establish a capital reserve fund under the provisions of RSA 35:1, to be known as the Police Cruisers and Equipment Fund, for the purpose of maintenance, repairs, and purchase of cruisers and equipment, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be placed in this fund, and to name the Board of Selectmen as agents. This article would result in an estimated 4.9 cents, or just under a nickel, increase per thousand of assessed value to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen does recommend this article 5-0. I expect the chief's probably going to want to talk about it, and the selectmen are. Who wants to go first?
Chief, probably?
We'll let the selectmen go first.
Okay. So basically, I think this is a rehashing of what we just talked about. We're asking the town to see if they want to invest in our aging police cruisers by establishing this capital reserve fund to hopefully accrue money over time. If it makes sense to lease, purchase whatever, a new cruiser, we'd be able to do that. If we have a transmission in a cruiser, it makes sense to do that. We're just trying to help with the aging fleet of cruisers. That's all I've got.
And being police cruisers and equipment, it is not limited to cruisers. This could be for safety vests, this could be for revolvers, this could be for any police equipment. There's equipment that get outdated, they expire, And then we need to find funds. Radios, it's another example we had recently, where we had to try to find funding to replace radios that were not going to be on the same frequency as the Rockingham County. We need funds that will allow us to do these things when they come up.
Chief?
No, you can speak.
Yes. We usually only take the vote once for a particular person.
Sit down.
So we don't do it every time.
I just have to make one correction. We don't have revolvers.
I was going to say,
I'm sorry, I'm outdated.
talk about aging equipment. If we still have revolvers, we need.
Locks in the back.
I think the point was made, though.
Just wanted to correct it. With this warrant article, I think it helps the department in maintaining what we already have for equipment. I know it's a good chunk of money. Right now, currently I have 2 cars that have transmission issues that need transmissions that we just didn't do. I'm kind of rolling the dice and waiting to see what happens with them. They may, they could break while they're driving. I've got a cracked transmission in car 5, and my car that I drive myself slips every time I drive. That wasn't something that I had in the budget last year to fix. This would allow me to get that kind of stuff fixed. You mentioned the Motorola radios that we ran into 2 years ago. That was a tough thing. The county switched over to a new radio system, and when they did that, the radios that we had at that time were already aged out, and they were not compliant. I couldn't even get on, I couldn't talk to dispatch unless we had to do that, and that money wasn't an easy thing to find. Unfortunately, police cars, fire trucks, boats, anything that's a specialty item always costs more money. It's not like, a regular car or a regular truck. It's, they hit you harder because it's a police vehicle and you need it. So with this, I think this would help fix the things that we need to get done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Doggett?
I should point out, remember back when I was talking about the original budget warrant article? This is one of those instances where we're putting money into a capital reserve for something that's also a line item in somebody's budget, simply because we can't keep increasing that budget to cover possibilities. The capital reserve is a good place. It's sort of like having a savings account. You put some money aside to pay for your, your new tires when it comes up. Capital reserve funds are our best place, and it keeps that $25,000 from having to go into the budget and bump the budget that much higher.
Any other comments or questions on Article 20? Seeing there are none, it will appear on the ballot as presented. 21, to see if the town will vote to accept the donation of a former Newton 1941 fire truck to be used for special events and to raise and appropriate the sum of $750 for maintenance and repairs to the truck. This article would result in an estimated a thousandth of a dollar, tenth of a penny increase per $1,000 of assessed value to be raised by taxes. I'm going to take the opportunity as the moderator just to mention that I sincerely hope that no townspeople believe that as a money-saving measure, we can actually use this old rig as part of our fire company, other than in parades, which would be good for it. But anyway, so I imagine it's more like kind of a museum thing. I don't know. Historical Society, Selectmen, who wants to touch on this one?
I will.
Okay.
This is a very generous offer by the same family that sold the town, the property at 8 Merrimack Road. Chet has for years owned the old fire truck. He has maintained it very well. It is presently being stored in what we call the Butler Building at 8 Merrimack. The chief is saying no. It was until not too long ago.
Selectman
Chief.
Doggett, it originally was, the 1941, it's actually a pumper from Newton.
Right.
So it's an original piece that Chet, because I always screw up his last name, would like to donate back to the town. It was stored in the old Butler building until the highway, fire, and police moved in. Now he has it at his residence
Oh, okay.
on Merrimack Road.
However, it can go back into the Butler Building. We have space for it. It's not a piece of apparatus. It is purely for the town parade. And the $750 is to pay to maintain minimal. But it has been very well maintained over the years because it hasn't been used. You know, I don't want people to go, well, gee, why doesn't it only cost $750 to maintain our present equipment? This rolls very rarely.
And when Chet approached the fire department to make the donation, I recommended that he do not donate it to the fire department, but donate it to the association. He donates it back to the town. Hence, the warrant article.
So I was the one opposed, and I'll tell you why. As I read this, I think it's a great thing to have a donated fire truck. I feel that most of the town will read further and they'll say maintenance and repairs. Most of the town's going to say, even let's be fair, $750 is nothing compared to what we've been talking about. But I think people in the town will be like, wait a minute, I don't want to maintain and repair this truck. Now, I know there's been talk about we might be able to use it to get some revenue, like for parties or whatever, but there might be liabilities for that as well. So I would move to change this amount to $1, so $750 to $1.
You have a second? Great. Discussion on the amendment. Yes.
If you change it to $1, does that mean we can only spend $1 in maintenance?
We can only raise and appropriate $1 for maintenance,
Okay.
which means any maintenance costs associated with it would have to come out of the current budget.
Fire department budget.
Or donations. That would be, I'll tell you right now, as a member of the Board of Selectmen, I don't want to use the fire department budget on this. What I want to see is if you need an oil change or whatever, I think someone, anybody out there, a 501c3 or something, this is an antique, a museum piece we shouldn't be using. We shouldn't ask the taxpayers to support this.
Thank you.
Chief, I'll let him go first, and then Mr. Gale.
Okay.
Just, in another life, we had, I believe, a 41 and a 47. There's not a lot of maintenance. This is because there's not a lot of electronics. It's simple. There are places that you can still purchase parts to repair it. And I agree with Mr. Burrell. The board, if the voters approve it, the board has to vote to which department it's going to go to. And he's 100% correct. Our old apparatus, a lot of costs associated with oil changes and tires were made through donations. Because general public loved seeing those antique trucks in parades, and one of ours was used for birthday parties, weddings. They were used through the whole gamut of life. So you're 100% correct in the cost. I'm sure there's people in this room that if it was approved would make donations to make sure that the apparatus would, I don't say apparatus, forgive me, the antique
Yes.
apparatus would continue to run and represent the town for many years.
Yeah, basically Memorial Day parade, you could have somebody walk near it with a bucket, something like that, you know.
I will like to say one thing. When Mr. Bierce brought this to the board, and it can be seen in one of our prior recorded videos, he stated that he would like to donate the truck if the town was willing to pay for the maintenance and upkeep of this equipment. Setting this value to $1 is not showing that the town is willing to repair and maintain. Because if you're saying you want to spend $1 on it, you're saying you're not willing to maintain. That's all I'm saying. So I'm not sure that the donation would even be made if the donor were to see $1.
Why don't we,
Yeah.
Mr. Donovan?
I just have a quick question and a statement. We redid those murals behind you guys right now. Nancy, do you remember how much that cost the town?
That whole project, both curtains, was probably 6,000, I think. It's hard to remember, but we got a grant. And it ended up, the town paid, I think, oh God, I can't, it might have been less than 1,000.
Okay, well, that's kind of like my point. We paid out of the town's pocket $1,000 to restore Newton's history. $750 for maintenance for Newton's history, for something that's being given to us. I really don't think that's a big deal. You know, the history of Newton should be staying in Newton. We shouldn't just let them go.
Thank you. Ms. White, I'll get to you.
If you can tell me who to make the check out to, I'll make you a check out for $200 right now towards that maintenance of that fire truck.
There you go.
Thank you.
I said all.
Just
Mr. Douglas.
one thing I should mention. I mean, the $750, there are certain things that the town, by taking ownership, does have to do, and that is, if it leaves a building, it must be insured, and it must be registered. To expect or to rely on donations, as great as that is not doing our due diligence nor doing our fiduciary responsibility to the town. $750, I would donate, I'd throw in an extra $100 on top of the last offer. But still, we can't rely, there are certain things that you cannot rely upon the kindness of others.
Just
Chief?
with Selectman Doggett's offer, as we're standing here, you have a $500, not for me, $500 total in 4 people in this room making a donation to make sure that truck stays maintained. That's my point. It will be maintained if the voters approve it.
However, the donation may not be made if we cannot show
Investment.
I get it.
that the town is willing to put, I
So-
mean,
so
minimal
let's-
amount of money.
Let's try to move it along. So we've had some discussion. The question before us is, do we change the $750 to $1? All in favor of that change?
Aye.
All opposed to that change?
Nay.
Okay,
Wait, can we
so-
get a hand count?
Chasing out of there. Okay, so I think the answer is very simple, $750. Any other discussion regarding this particular article? Article 21 will go on the ballot as written, and I didn't want to say it in the middle of the discussion, but the taxpayers are probably off the hook because I'll cover the remainder that those two don't cover. Okay. Article 22, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate as proposed by the Board of Selectmen the sum of $25,000 to be placed in the capital reserve fund called Road Systems Improvements. This article will result in an estimated 4.9 cents, or almost a nickel, increase per $1,000 of assessed value to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen does recommend this article 5-0. Selectmen? Or would the road agent like to touch on that?
Actually, this was proposed by us, not by him, because our road agent is very good and very consistent in stating that he will work with whatever budget we give him. However, we as a board realize that what he's been giving for the last several years is not sufficient to allow him to address all of the road conditions and road work that we need done in this town. So he does what he can with what he's given. We want to put these funds into the capital reserve fund, which will allow him to potentially do more in a single year.
Yes, Mr. Doggett.
Moreover, this would actually work almost like a contingency fund, because there have been, in years past, I'd like to ask the road agent what the cost of replacing the collapse on Thornell Road was, or the The one that was out in the Grove where we replaced the culvert, the large culvert.
See, it's much shorter going that way, you know, it's less footsteps.
Yeah.
So.
You're talking about the culvert that collapsed about a year ago?
Well, yeah, that one, and there was the problem with the collapse of the shoulder of Thornell.
That was a drainage upgrade, which was a whole
Right.
big drainage thing that Thornell doesn't have, so we won't go into that one. But
Okay.
the one that collapsed, that, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but that was probably like $2,500, $3,000 to replace that pipe that had deteriorated and collapsed.
That was for the pipe, that wasn't for the,
That was the pipe.
yeah. We also had to do the engineering and all of that aspect.
No engineering in that one.
I thought we had to engineer it for
That's an
the,
approved repair with no engineering.
I thought that required a state permit.
Nope, not on for now.
Okay, then which one required the state permit?
You're talking about the one that's 3 or 4 years ago that was down on Echo Pond.
Okay, yes.
That was a major undertaking. It would collapse arch culvert that's, I don't know how old it is, but that one
Right.
was sleeved and repaired. But that had engineering because of the significant collapse in it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just go back to the, again, and I didn't request this, you're right.
Yeah.
The chair stated it accurately. I will do what I have for funds. I don't have enough funds. So whatever the taxpayers or resident in town feel that they can give me to do more repairs, I will do it.
Yeah.
That's it, pretty cut and dry.
Okay, but you still haven't,
All the paving in town,
yeah.
my budget line item for paving is $35,000. You don't do much paving for $35,000. Most of what is done here, since I came on board, is done with the highway block grant money.
Mhm.
It's grant money that were given by the state. I use it, that's why you see some roads that I do, it takes me 3 or 4 years to do a section of road, because there's just not enough money to do what we need to do. This would help, anything would help.
Well, this would also cover those things that are unanticipated, like the one that was 4 years ago that was substantially more than $2,500.
No,
But-
correct. No, this would help, yeah, I can use it for things that come up that we are unforeseen, that
Well,
deteriorate. or
I was just going
collapse.
to say, for unforeseen things,
Mm-hmm.
can you give us just an idea of what that large one 4 or 5 years ago cost?
I did it over 3 years because
Right.
of funding, but total, that was probably around $50,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like hen's teeth sometimes. But yeah, a $50,000 item could come out of this, or at least this could be applied towards it.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, no doubt.
Any other discussion or questions on Article 22? Ms. Collier?
I'm kind of seeing a theme here on these capital reserve funds, that they're basically they're asking for money to amplify what's in the proposed operating budget. What I like to think of is, with a capital reserve fund, is that it's building up a fund for future expenses, not for things which you're planning to expend right now.
Correct.
I guess that goes back to my concern about, tax rates and the narrowness of budgets and what we have. And basically, we really need to figure out ways to get some more money coming into the town instead of digging further into our pockets. I do think that we need to have these things. I'm not speaking against them. I'm just speaking of a concern for what we have available within our town.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Doggett? Yes.
I agree. I see these as savings accounts for future unforeseen costs that exceed what we could budget for. I do not see these as being revolving accounts. They're, to me, none of the ones that we have mentioned so far are having deposits made to them with the understanding that we will be expending that money in the next year. I look at capital reserve funds as being long-term investments to gradually build so that you have that safety fallback position for something that's unforeseen or for something like a new fire truck. We know that, okay, putting $2,500 $50,000 in, it's going to be 10 years before we're going to have $500,000 in there. But it's a way of cost averaging. I do not see them as revolving accounts. They are not an extra part of anybody's budget. They are not, and should not be, easily accessed. And, you know, the other part about the taxes at the moment, the town has had many opportunities in the past that could have changed their taxes, and several times have walked away from it. So we have to be real careful about what we do.
Mr. Pavero, briefly on the topic.
There's got to be briefly, trust me. This is a capital reserve. Functional-wise, does this have to go, who's the agent that disperses this, and does this have to go to like a town meeting to release it?
No.
No, I think the selectmen are agents.
Board.
Yep, the Board of Selectmen.
Yep.
Okay, so if something happens, it's not a big procedure to get the funds out to do the work?
Correct.
Correct.
You would come before the board would vote to approve the expenditure and to take the funds from this fund to pay for it. That's what would happen. And I agree, this is not for annual expenses that are planned for. That is not what capital reserve, it could be for a future planned expense, such as the fire apparatus. You know at some point you're gonna buy another fire truck. You're gonna have to. So in a way, it is planned. You're planning for a future purchase of a fire truck. It's, as far as road system improvements are concerned, this could be changing an intersection. This could be because you know culverts are going to be needed somewhere in the future, and it's going to be a large expense. That's the sort of thing that these funds are designed for. So it's easier to pay a little every year than it is to pay a huge amount like that $660,000 in 1 year.
I agree with you about what you're talking about what a capital reserve fund is supposed to do. I just wanted to point out that there's been a lot of commentary on current needs that are deferred that would be covered by these funds. So I know that they're not planned, they're not budgeted, they're not, you know, items, and that they would be for future consideration. But the fact that we don't have capital reserve funds means that there's some deferred maintenance that probably will be addressed in a more immediate way than kind of a long-term savings account, from what you've been saying here today.
Any other comments or questions on Article 22? Seeing there are none, Article 22 will go on the ballot as presented. 23, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate as proposed by the Gale Library trustees the sum of $3,500 to remove and install a new flagpole at the Gale Library located at 16 South Main Street. This article would result in an estimate 0.7 or less than a penny increase per $1,000 of assessed value to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen does not recommend this article unanimously. Do we have a representative from the library or one of the proponents? Thank you.
Lynn Ham, I'm chairperson of the Gale Library Board of Trustees. I'd like to clarify, first of all, according to the wording of this, it says, as proposed by the Gale Library trustees. This warrant article was never proposed by the Gale Library Board of Trustees. There was a miscommunication with the town. It was written by the town administrator. What we had done, the flagpole is in bad shape. The town building inspector has looked at it. It's not a safety issue at this point in time, or when he looked at it, but he said it does need to be replaced. You cannot repair it. What we had done, we submitted our annual projected expenditure list to the town, and we had listed a flagpole on it with a bunch of estimates. We had hoped that could be covered through the town's general buildings funds. And we were nonplussed to see there was a warrant article there, because we never submitted it. We knew there were a lot of things being asked this year, and we decided this was not the year to go for something like that. So that's, I'd basically like to make that clear. I mean, it was written by the town, and yet the Board of Selectmen is turning it down, so I'd be interested to hear from them. I mean, we'd certainly appreciate the support, but I want to make it clear we did not submit that warrant article.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to make an amendment to the warrant article, perhaps?
Well, I don't say it should not say as proposed by Gale Library.
Okay, sure. So do we have a second, which would be to strike that? Discussion, and let's stick to discussion only on striking
So-
the phrase as who proposed it, which is probably
But
surplus.
before we strike, who's proposing it? So if we strike Gale Library trustees, who's going to propose it?
Well, if it didn't come from a petition, it came from the selectmen, because I think there's only two entities.
It didn't come from me.
It didn't come from the Board of
Right,
Selectmen.
but however, Article 21 doesn't have a as proposed either, so it could be changed without an as proposed.
That's true.
Well,
Looking at
I mean,
these.
and again, I'm sorry for kind of sidebarring to them. There's, to my understanding, precisely two ways that something can appear on this ballot. One, it's put on by the town, meaning the selectmen put it on there. And two, it's put on by a petition of the voters. So if it's not by a petition of the voters, and it's clearly not, then the selectmen put it on there.
No, I put it on there.
Okay, but that's the town.
Well, that's the town.
I mean, and that's under the authority of the selectmen.
Right, but
Certainly you can do that, but I'm
But I
saying
didn't,
it's.
I didn't ask the selectmen their opinion until we had the public hearing and they all voted no, so.
Okay, that's fine, but I'm saying that in terms of, it doesn't have to say who
Right,
it came from.
right,
Yeah.
From the point of view of the voters, it came from the town,
okay.
because it didn't come from the voters, and
Right.
there's no statutory provision for the Gale Library trustees or any other group of trustees to be able to put things on the warrant. So there's no problem with striking that phrase from a
Yeah.
legal point of view.
And I would also like to say that had this been brought up during the public hearing or the previous discussions about these proposed warrant articles, we would have struck it.
Wouldn't
or
even see it today.
You wouldn't even see it here.
We were not aware of it until
So-
I was watching it on television that night, and Kathy, my treasurer, was watching it, and we called each other and said, what happened here? We had been at one of these meetings, and we left early because we were told we just had to defend our budget. When they got to that, we would have stayed if we'd known there was a warrant article to defend.
So let's try to fix the situation as
I
best
mean,
we can.
how do you fix this? I guess
Yeah.
that's my
I
question.
think the first thing we want to do is discuss, if there's any further discussion, or vote on simply removing the text as proposed by the trustees, because if that's incorrect, we certainly don't want it there. So, all in favor of removing the phrase as proposed by the Gale Library trustees, say aye.
Aye. And that would include the comma before and after, correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
I just want to make sure.
All opposed, say no. We have noes, okay, ayes carry. So that phrase is removed from the article. So now, we can have further discussion on the article after amendment, to the extent anyone wants to talk about it further.
Mr. Moderator, could I move to change it to $1? And the reason, well, could I get a second for discussion? So the reason for that is, if money becomes available at the end of the year, if this fails, we cannot do this.
I know that.
So if it's $1 and it succeeds, then we would be able to do it. That's where I'm going with that.
If I may, as the moderator, if I may make a friendly amendment, would be to suggest that perhaps you pick a very small number, but a number which is not symbolically associated with the voters saying, vote no. Because you're either just going to get the sense of the voters at $1, or people would be more likely, if you're actually trying to open that door, to some number that might be a small amount of money that maybe could be used for such a purpose. But that's just a suggestion, and why don't you just go ahead and continue?
Like $100?
That might be a more appropriate number.
I'll, friendly amendment, $100 I'll do.
Okay. So, second on that?
Second.
Okay, so the question now is to amend from $3,500 to $100, the theory being that that provides a small amount of money, and if there were funds available at the end, then potentially the library or other parties could then go ahead and do that.
Well, it's going to have to be done. Or it's going to have to be taken down, because we don't want it to become a safety hazard.
Correct. Okay,
And that costs money, too,
correct.
to take it down. We don't have the estimate. The estimates do not include taking it down.
Okay, so, yes, sir.
Jim Baker, I have a question for the library trustee. Did you say that this is not an emergency?
I said it has, he said it has to be, it's not worth repairing. At the point in time he looked at it, it's not in danger of falling down, but that can change. You cannot just leave it there and try to. We don't want it falling on something. Because the town holds the insurance. It's town land, it's a town building.
It's the library.
We don't hold the insurance policy, but I also don't want it to fall.
I understand. I just want to say that I'm not in favor of, I'm not specifically referring to this warrant, but I'm not in favor of reducing warrant articles down to $1. I really think it's not accurate representation of what's expected and anticipated. If you know it's going to cost $3,500, or the case with the sign, $5,000, and you put a warrant article out there at $1, you're really being very inaccurate in terms of representing, what the actual cost is. That's all I want to say.
Any other questions or discussions on changing the amount from $3,500 to $100?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I just want to be clear. It's down to $100 and Julie Lemire, 17 Durgan Drive. If we change this down to $100 and it doesn't pass, then the town is not going to be responsible for fixing and paying for that flagpole? Is that what that means? How does that work? Right? Because we want to make sure that you guys don't get screwed. Right? We want to have that either fixed or.
We can't have
so
it fixed.
having,
It has, the building inspector says it has to be.
it has to be replaced. So what I'm asking, that whole reducing it down to $1 or leaving it $3,500, I want to understand what this means exactly. So can somebody explain?
Okay, I'll try.
Yes, Monique.
From the point of view of a warrant article, if it fails, then
No means no.
there's no means no. I'll say usually, because I'm going to come to the
Right,
caveat.
right.
No would mean no in general, which would mean that you couldn't just go out, the selectmen just couldn't go out and bid let's replace that flagpole because the voters said no. However, there's a kind of implied case that says, if some kind of calamity happens, then in fact, there's a kind of an ability of the selectmen to respond to emergencies. So certainly if, a tree falls through the window or, things happen that people weren't expecting, if it falls over, then it won't be that it just lays across the driveway for the next 6 months or a year. Someone will come out, remove it, do all the kind of things you would do. If it became a hazard to the point where the building inspector said that's a hazard, since it's town property, then the town will have to find money somehow to remove that hazard. It doesn't matter whether the voters said yea or nay. So there's that aspect of it. In the event it passes, then, again, we've got an authorization to spend that amount of money, and presumably the selectmen might be able to, and the selectmen can correct me on this, then find other funds in other budgets which are allocated for the overlapping purpose, namely like the building maintenance fund, and fund the whole thing.
The reality is there are a lot of building-oriented projects like this throughout the town. We're currently gathering that list, and we're going to prioritize in our next meetings which ones absolutely have to be done now, which ones can wait a little while. We'd hate for this to fail and see this come totally off that list. So,
We can't spend money till the end of the year if it fails. Whether it fails $3,500 or it fails at $1.
yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Dodd.
Oh, just a couple of corrections. You got most of it right. However, if this fails, the only thing the town could do with its money is to remove the if it falls and it's laying across the parking lot, we can remove it. We cannot replace it. That's the place where no means no. We would not be able to put a new flagpole up. Yeah.
For the current year, right?
Right. That would have to be a budget item or a warrant article for the following year. So, you know, it's not, don't stop praying for a hurricane to take it down, because then it will be gone completely if no means no. The other thing is that it could, the library has funds left over at the end of the year, that could be used towards the same purpose.
This is on town land, and there's problems that are being too close to this, and too close to that, and it's bedrock. So the town's gonna have to be involved in this anyway. We don't own that land.
Yeah,
Who's we?
it's a town, it's a
Who's we
town
that
building.
don't own it?
The library doesn't own it.
The library is the town.
It is not,
Yes.
it is not,
Town owns the building, and the town owns the land.
yeah. The library trustees are separate from the town.
Right.
But the town library is still the town. The library budget comes from the town's operating budget. It is the town.
And the flagpole is the town's responsibility. I mean,
Well,
that's clear.
exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
It's clear.
And I think that's the only thing that's relevant to this conversation right now, is that it is the town's responsibility.
Right, and I think it's the town's responsibility. So the only question is, should that amount go out in front of the voters as $3,500 or $100? So all in favor of changing to 100, say aye.
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 All in favor of keeping it at 3,500, say no, or say no.
No.
I think the no's carried.
Can we,
Oh, come on.
well,
Let's do a count.
All right, we'll do the count. Aye, everybody in favor of going
we'll know very
$100,
quickly.
please put your hand up. Okay, I see 17 hands then. Everyone opposed, please raise their hand.
Opposed to this or leaving it at 3,500?
This would be opposed to changing to 100.
Changing it to
So leaving it
100.
3,500.
Leaving it at 3,500 is this.
Okay, well, that's a tie.
So, Mr. Moderator,
Do you want to?
Change.
unless the moderator chooses to,
I'm not going to vote, and that's going to let it fail.
It fails.
All right, so right now, it reads $3,500. And do we have any further discussion or amendments on this? We've already removed the phrase regarding the...
I just wanted to remind everyone that one idea that came forth at the public hearing was that replacing the flagpole would be a great Eagle Scout project. And we have some scouts who are probably going to be looking for projects, and they typically do their fundraising to make them happen. So it could be a way for this to happen.
Thank you.
You'd still have to purchase the pole.
Yeah, and these are 30 scouts raise their money to do it for their project. There's 30 poles.
I do have a question.
If the article fails, that doesn't matter, though.
Okay,
I
any
do
other?
have a
Yes.
question. I'm just curious, how, the trustees have a money, I'm assuming, in a, you do fundraisers, you have money. How much money does the trustees have right now? Do you know? I mean,
In what fund?
I don't know, you do, well, that's what I mean, you do bake sales, you, whatever, however you raise money, I'm just wondering if the trustees have. Do you not, so you don't have $3,500 to spend on a telephone, on a flagpole?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Okay, any further discussion on this warrant article? So seeing no further discussion, do the Board of Selectmen want to reconsider any aspect of their recommendation based on the amendment?
The amendment failed. Oh, no, because
amendment
the as proposed, so we do
removing
need
as
to
proposed by the
have,
Yale Library.
we do need to take another vote,
Right.
so
Well,
I
you
need a
don't have
motion.
to. You can leave the old vote. but
yeah, because the,
Well, no, because we took new votes for every
you're
amended,
welcome. I'm not telling you what
because
to
it
do.
changes.
So if I may, so the new wording is going to,
Hang on one second. Mr. Baker, yes.
If it was a tie, the amendment failed.
Right.
No, I'm talking about the previous amendment.
that
Remember,
succeeded.
The amendment that succeeded struck the phrase as proposed by the Gale Library trustees. So I'm
So-
giving the selectmen the opportunity to see if they want to change their recommendations based on that. Personally, I don't see any reason why you would change your recommendation
well, let's-
based on who proposed.
Let's be fair.
Go
So,
ahead.
so the new wording is, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of 3,500? Correct?
Correct.
Okay, because if, and I'm not saying we're going to change it again, but if it did say selectmen in there, I'd feel pretty silly if it was 0 to 5. Exactly. Right.
Yes, but it does not.
Okay, perfect.
So I don't care either way. If the board wants to move to change.
I have no desire to revote.
Then we're going to leave it.
So it's going to stay the same as it is. So that, no change to the recommendation from the selectmen. So Article 23, yes, sir. Mr. Dunn.
Again, just like the other ones, don't they have to vote, now we're gonna force selectmen, not five?
No, because they decided they don't want to consider the issue.
Right, because now it's changed and amended, you don't have a fifth selectman.
Just call for it, Lisa.
So you don't have her no anymore.
Yeah,
So you can't be five, now
yeah, right.
We did it on the
It's a, it's a different warrant article.
But we should be
If you
consistent.
want to try to be
Yeah.
consistent, we can ask if the
Just do it.
selectmen would reconsider, decide whether or not they want to vote on it at this point.
All right, I need a motion to recommend or
I'll
not
move
recommend.
not to recommend.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Were you and I? Yeah. All right, just making sure, it's unanimous.
So it's unanimous.
I didn't hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so seeing there is no further items on that, we'll move on to Article 24. On a petition of 25 or more legal voters to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to upgrade and replace Greenie Park playground equipment and add proper safety surfacing. This is a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:76 and will not lapse until the Greenie Park playground upgrade is completed or by December 31st, 2025. This article would result in an estimated $0.195 or about 20 cents increase per $1,000 of assessed value to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen does recommend the article 4-1. Since it's a petitioned article, do we have one of the petitioners or the proponent of that article available? Yes, ma'am.
So I'm Erin Stevens. I am one of the founding members of a group of community members named as the Friends of Newton Recreation. We actually started a nonprofit in the town, and we have 6 members who've been working really hard on this project for the last 8 months. If anybody has been down to the park recently, you would notice that it is in deplorable condition. Our swings are breaking. They're actually held on by string. We don't have appropriate safety surfacing. Some areas are only about 4 inches of sand. We need to have at least 12 inches for the safety of the children. The equipment there, I'm told, is from approximately the 1990s. And what I found out along the way in this process is that the town has never actually funded the equipment, the playground equipment that's there. It's all been people like myself, even knocking door to door and trying to raise money for the playground and the equipment for the children to even have what's there now. So in the last 20 years, the taxpayers have never put money into the playground equipment. I believe what we pay for is cutting the grass. So this needs to happen. I don't think this is a want. This is a need for our children and for the safety. When you're there at a ball game and you have other towns coming in, it is an embarrassment to have it the way it looks now. So that is why I am so passionate about this. We started a Facebook page, and we have 250 members of the community that are a part of this Friends of Newton Recreation group that want to see this playground happen. I know I'm talking to a lot of people that may be watching at home too, so I really encourage you to go to our page, Friends of Newton Rec in Facebook, and we have all the plans there of exactly what your tax money is going to go towards. We currently have raised around $9,000, which has been very difficult to do, to be honest, with multiple fundraisers. And we sent letters to every business owner in town trying to get donations. And we had some very generous ones. Actually, Mr. Coleman, he's the businessman in town, gave $3,000. And then just a lot of people in town, residents that are putting up $25, $50, $100 that want to see this happen. So I feel like we have a movement and people are seeing the value in it. And we really hope that people at home that maybe were on the fence about it will also see the value in this. Again, it's a non-lapsing, so it's 1 year of paying $40, $50, but you're not going to see that again. It's a very low maintenance. It's all coated stainless steel equipment, commercial equipment that's appropriate, that's safe. So we really want people to take a hard look at it. I know that it's a little bit of sticker shock. It's one of the more expensive articles on here, and we have a lot of competition. But again, we've never invested in this. The taxpayers have not invested in this, so it's really time that we do that. So please do your research. Take a look at what we've done. We've really tried to keep the cost down, and that money we raised did help to offset some of what we would need. But it breaks everything down of what the amount is. I know some other surrounding towns like West Newbury, they're going for a $500,000 playground, okay? So that is how much this stuff costs. So we did a lot of research. We went to 3 different playground companies. We got at least 10 quotes, actually probably 20 quotes in the course of the past 8 months, and then narrowed it down. So we really did put in a lot of effort to try to keep the cost down, but we also wanted it to be safe. We wanted it to be fun. We want it to be fun for the kids too, and we wanted it to be somewhere that they could go and want to be. So, we had meetings about and actually individually picked this equipment out. And we even surveyed people, what do they want to see in the playground? And that's what we tried to push for. So I hope I covered everything. And just, really consider this. I think that if we don't do this now, I just don't know if we ever will. This type of stuff, it goes up at least 5% every year. So the plan, and this actually recently happened, the plan that I had submitted is now 5% more. And I was able to keep it at that original warrant article cost that you'll see by basically arguing. And I said, this is what I pitched to the town. We need to keep it at that cost. And they honored that, thankfully. But I'm telling you, if you wait, it's just going to get more and more expensive. And so let's do this now and have that area something we can be proud of. We have 2 areas in town, right? We have a town beach and we have Green Park. So let's make it something nice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, the one thing I would like to add to this for those who may be concerned that the town would just be taking $100,000 and handing it over to a group to spend for this purpose, that's not quite how it works. While the Friends of Recreation are the ones who have done all the research, they've gotten all the quotes, they've gotten all of those things, it would be the Board of Selectmen who are actually spending the money if this article passes. What that means is the invoices would come to us, we would pay the bills. We're not handing over $100,000. Okay?
Question?
Yes. Oh, sorry, Mary Jo. You wanna go first?
Erin, the plans, other than Facebook, which is not the end-all, be-all for the town, you said you have 250 or so members on your page. We have 3,000 voters. Where can they see this other than Facebook? And this is just a suggestion. Get it out there somewhere so people can see what they're looking at. Maybe something should have been here today. People could look at it. Or just even on election day, have something set somewhere where people coming in that have no clue what you're looking at to spend $100,000 on, they need to see it. Because I'm assuming you have something in mind already. Because I've seen what's on there. I've seen it.
I know that the town has the plans. We could certainly put it on the town website if you want.
The town has the plans.
The town has the plans, absolutely. The breakdown of the quote, everything. So if you wanna.
Pictures, structures?
Pictures, everything, I mean, I have it with me right
It should
now.
be out there more.
Breakdown
That's
of
all
the
I'm
quote,
suggesting.
Everything, absolutely. I know you guys have it. If you need any more information, I'd be happy to share. I want that visibility. I want people to know where that money is going, absolutely. We can put it on the town website. We
I
will be
would-
here
I
on
would
voting day,
suggest-
handing out flyers. We'll be at the town dump the weekend before, trying to get that communication out.
Transfer station.
And if you visit the page, or even if you wanna, well, I don't really want to give my personal email maybe on here, but if you
No,
visit the
wouldn't do
page,
that.
feel free to message me personally if you have any questions.
But again, I want to make that distinction. Facebook is not the advertisement place. It is social media, but you got to get it somewhere else.
Yeah, could
Because
we
there
put it
are
on the?
several hundreds of people in this town that have nothing to
So,
do with
like
Facebook.
Carriage Town News, maybe you can
Okay.
approach them to see if they'll do a story
out
or
there better.
something in that as well.
Diane, you can help her with our website, right? That's you.
Well, recreation,
Wherever you want it, we'll put it.
recreation has a page.
Well, we can put it
Recreation
there,
has a
but
page.
as the petitioner, it would be good for you to be, taking as many avenues as you can to get people aware of the article and what it is that you're asking for that money for.
Okay.
That's the point that's being made.
Great, thank you. I think there's more than I think our road agent.
I'm Diane Moran. There is a recreation fund, and I don't know if it's a revolving fund or not. Is there any way we could use some of that funding to offset this? Is for recreation to home, I think it's improvements.
I don't, so
It's capital improvements, so this would be, to me, this is.
specific to recreation?
Yes.
There's a,
How much is
there's
that?
a Recreation Commission fund here that has
That's the one.
$32,897 in it already.
Yeah,
I mean, this to me, that's what that fund is for, capital improvement. This is what
Yep.
this is, capital improvement.
Yep.
Why not take some of that money to offset this 100,000?
yeah, I'll be,
Hold on for 1 second, let's get Mr. Provera on. And
just on that subject, I'll be totally honest with you, I didn't know we had that fund. That absolutely, you could offset that with, that's where I'd want to go first, is where I'd want to go.
Okay, so let's, Mr. Provera, why don't you
Well,
make,
what Diane just brought up, not having that topic, that's, I think, the way this needs to happen. And I say that because Annie's tried it, there's been multiple people that have tried to improve green space. There's no question that can be improved. I can stand here and tell you that we've got $100,000 for them. It's, I'm not trying to be a pessimist, I'm being a realist. So what I think we need to do right now in this is reduce that number and somehow try to do it in phases. That way there you have a shot. If you do $100,000, it's gonna die in a vine. Annie, you tried. It's been tried multiple times, I've seen it. So if we really wanna continue to do this, we're gonna have to do it in steps, and we're gonna have to do it like the capital reserve, like that recreation
Yeah.
fund, and add to that and do it in phases.
The other thing too is it doesn't lapse until December 31st of 2025. So that's the good news, right? Is that
That's
if,
good
if
news.
we, yeah.
Start being done with that fund, which is do it piece by piece. And you'll get volunteers that'll help. Just a thought. So you might want to amend, look at it.
Can you amend a citizen's petition?
right, let me, just to try to, good point, but let's take a minute. Mr. Doggett had something to say.
I'm the one who voted no on this. I personally believe this is one of those really good places for using a capital reserve fund. You put $25,000 in it for 4 years, and you pay for your project. That's what capital reserve funds are. This is a great idea. It's not an absolute necessity to live in town. It's not an ambulance, it's not a fire truck. It's a really good idea, and if you're a parent of a small child, it probably is high on your priority list. However, I, as a selectman, have to look at how much the taxpayers can afford to pay in a tax increase, and the priorities that that money needs to go to. I would have supported this if it had been a capital reserve fund. I knew that there was already some money because that was left over, I believe Ms. Collier, when she was on rec, they started collecting money, and that's what the basis of that money was.
Just a correction on that. It was actually money which has been in a capital reserve fund for the recreation for quite some time. We did use some of it when I was on rec in trying to make plans for Greenie Park. We were unable to raise the money to be able to do what we wanted to do. That's one of the problems with this high amount of money. But the $32,000, if it could be, applied towards getting a start, I think it would be really important, Aaron, if you could break down for us. I know that when we looked at it before, there's a certain amount that was a cost just for removal of what is there. Then there was an amount to excavate and to add the proper amount of depth for safety for the kids. And then there was the amounts to add new equipment. So, those are different things, and if you could break down for us some of those costs, that might help the people here to maybe make an amendment to your amount to make something that could pass.
So if, pulling on that note, I believe, because it's a petitioned warrant article, it's of 25, we can't change it,
Let's
right?
pause for a second. Since it
Yeah.
is a petition warrant
But
article.
we can change it here.
It can be amended.
Here we can do it,
We
Just
could
like
not
any
amend
other-
it in our public hearing.
but at the
But
deliberative of
at the
voters.
deliberative, voters can
Let me
amend.
just address the procedural thing, because I think that's helpful. As a petition warrant article, it is the same as any warrant article with respect to being amended by the voters. Selectmen can't change it in their hearings because it's a petitioned article. I'm going to say, and this is my personal opinion, that we as voters probably owe some deference to our fellow voters who petitioned this. There was a number of people signed the petition, they've done a lot of work, and we might be remiss if we just willy-nilly started flailing away at it, because they have an idea, and at some level, it's a good thing if citizens can put together a petition and put it forward to the voters. In other words, they may have a different view. They may have a very effective campaign. They may be able to do things that were not possible before. So I tend to suggest a deference to petitioned articles only because of the fact that they came from another group of voters who may not be here, all of them today. That said, we can legally amend it, and there may be ideas that are worthwhile exploring, I'm sure there are, with aspects of maybe parts of it could be funded.
Yeah,
Right? 'Cause
and
this is appropriation, some of it could take funds from the existing $30,000. So it could read something along that, or it could have a different amount. But that's your job, not my job. So why don't I let Mr. Pavero, it looks like he's standing, he's got something important to say. So why don't you go ahead, and then we can perhaps, Erin, you can give us some more input, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. To piggyback on what
I just was asking that.
you have a line item to break down stuff, I'll tell you right now, Shannon, I'll do all the demo and all the sidewalk, no cost to the
Per usual.
palatable, so you can get it, because at that point, if it was that 30, if you go for 25 to 30 now, you're at 60. I'll do the site work and all the demo. You got these people out of the way there. Not knowing the numbers. It's the only way it's gonna pass. That's all.
Thank
So
you.
can we make a,
All right, hold on.
I knew some of this information in advance. I mean, I was told in a Recreation Commission meeting that we had no money. So now I'm sort of
can we,
wondering, of course, if we can lower the amount. I mean, can we lower the amount?
Well, instead of lowering the amount, because you still need to fund the 100,000.
right.
Okay, although you do know you can lower it a little bit based on the generous offer from him, but do you know how much? So
I have my total in all the items, but I don't have the breakdown of exactly in front of me right now. I don't have the exact line item
The,
of each
the
thing to
thing
be able
about,
to figure this out.
it's all about palatability, I think, for the voters. So basically, as Mike was talking about, a phased program, we know from this warrant article, it's not like you have to do it this year. You have until December 31st, 2025. So if we come up with a number today that we think the voters will be in favor of, then if we start doing a lot of the upfront work, and then by next year, now we get closer, right? We have more of a specific number to get us over the goal line.
Actually, it's just a point of information. I'm doing, and I'll explain why I'm doing this once I do it. I'm going to move that we table this warrant article until after we vote on number 26. That will give you at least 10 or 15 minutes. I don't know if there's somebody you can call, you can go and get the numbers to find out what the civil and site part is necessary and make that.
I think if you cut it in half to 50,000,
I
if we
think
use
so,
the
too.
30,000 plus Mr. Ferrero's donation, you're gonna be there.
So you're saying
Ew.
80,000 with 30,000 to be to be,
No, 50,000, reduce
Hope we're
that to
not getting
50,000.
The warrant.
If we can use that reserve fund for
then that would drop
34,
it down to 20,000 by taxes.
Right.
This is why I said you mean 80,000.
Or donations.
So what I'm doing is, by tabling this for the moment, it's just giving you some time so that you can sit down and figure out your numbers and what
Let's
have
hang on
you.
for 1 second. Let me just try to keep
Move
everybody
for 50.
informed, because we got 3 discussions going on.
Yeah.
You have a second on that motion
They
to
can
table?
use the 30.
Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay,
Oh, I'm
so
sorry,
here's the idea,
for
here's the
discussion.
idea. The motion to table simply means we're gonna stop talking about 24, okay, for a few minutes. And we're gonna, in that few minutes' time, I'm hoping the proponents will be on the phone and trying to gather some information, if that's possible. If that's not possible, you just say so. But if that's possible, it would be very helpful to know kind of what the impact of the site work and the demolition would be on that total. And also, if of that total $100,000, maybe there's 3 parts of the playground, 3 sets of playground equipment in there, and like, what would 2 of the 3 cost or something, so there's a way to see if you move the budget down a little bit, can you still finish enough of the playground work in one step, right, to make it practical.
Okay. Can I understand, what was the $30,000 that we have?
32.
Okay, that's funds
We have
that are already
$30,000.
in
Right,
the fund,
right.
which apparently could be
Yeah,
used for that
the
purpose.
town already has that. But if you
Wow.
want, I'll
Why
open,
is this just coming up now?
Yeah.
I just can't believe that, but,
I'll open up the planning board office. You can go in there so you can have a little bit of, so
Peace and quiet, right.
the next 2 articles we can handle while you work on
Okay.
that.
let me see if I can call him right now, and then, basically, we want to know if we can remove the site work, because that was a big chunk of change, for sure.
Correct.
All the demo and, all right.
Right, so we do need a vote on that. All in favor of tabling this?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Carries unanimously. So let's let that process go in parallel.
Give me 5 minutes.
Yes, you may have 5 minutes. My selectmen are going to help you get that organized. Yes.
I thought you were not allowed to change petitioned warrant articles. This is a citizen's petition.
Yeah, I know you can amend the citizens warrant article, absolutely. Its
It-
status is the same as an ordinary.
The Board of Selectmen cannot amend at their public hearing. We can amend our own, but we cannot amend petitioned articles. The voters, however, the legislative body, they have the power to amend anything, because they're also the ones who did or did not sign the petition.
Okay, 5 minutes stretch.
Oh, I did talk to her. I did talk to her.
It's the Friends.
Yeah, and I said, I apologize, I made that distinction, and they have money.
The reality is they don't want to touch it.
Oh, I know.
Take it to bedrock and have money, they want a liability.
And I did, as soon as I was like, oh my God, they're the trustees, not the.
Okay, let's try to get started again.
Where's your gavel?
I don't have my gavel, so I'll use my fist. Okay, let's get back to work. All right, so let's get back to work a little bit. That was a kind of an unanticipated minor recess. You know, officially we're supposed to have a little vote to take a recess, but I think everybody needed to take a break, and so we just did. So we have a few minutes while they're working on ideas for the amendment for the tabled article. We're going to come back to that in a few minutes, but we can work on the other articles. So let's go ahead on to Article 25. Because I think that one's going to be pretty straightforward. On a petition of 25 or more legal voters, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $4,936, $1 per person, based on the population numbers provided in the 2017 Census American Community Survey, to support the substance misuse prevention, suicide prevention, and community wellness services of the SOROC Coalition for Healthy Youth. SOROC's work promotes wellness and nurtures resiliency for the children, youth, and families of Newton, as well as surrounding communities. SOROC works through coordinating community education, programming and resources, and collaborating with federal and state agencies to help direct additional resources to the towns they serve. This article would result in an estimated 10 cents or a dime per...
No, 1 cent.
1 cent.
I'm sorry, my apologies, 1 cent, a penny increase per $1,000 of assessed value to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen does recommend this article 5-0. Do we have a representative from that organization? Are you a Newton resident?
No.
Okay, you're no longer a Newton resident. Your name, please? Ms. Scott would like to speak. Voters in favor? All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Ms. Scott, please.
Again, I'm Charlotte Scott. I'm with the Southern Rockingham Coalition for Healthy Youth. We have traditionally been federally funded, so we haven't had to approach our towns for any money, which has been great. This year we applied for a large federal grant that went to another part of New Hampshire, and as a result we decided that it was time to approach our towns. So we have approached all the 8 towns that we serve in Rockingham County, and we are warrant articles in 6 of those towns, and we are also in the budget in 1, and we missed the deadline for another town. So in addition to asking our towns for population level funding, we will continue to seek funds through state and federal grants and private donations and local civics clubs. But I think as far as what we do, the warrant article was pretty straightforward in that description, but I'm happy to answer any questions beyond that.
Thank you. Questions, comments, or questions for Ms. Scott? Mr. Dodd.
Just one comment. I believe that if this passes this year, we will be adding it to our list of, that you see earlier
Yes.
on the warrant. It'll go on to the community services.
Right, we were told we had to go through the process of being a
Right.
separate warrant article for the first year.
Good. Do we have any amendments or further discussion?
I also have packets here if anyone has any questions about, the services we provide or what we do in the towns, and you can always reach out to me. My information's on them. Can I leave them over there?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Please do so. So, seeing there are no amendments, Article 25 will go on the ballot as presented. Article 26, on a petition of 25 or more eligible voters of the town of Newton. I think there's a typo in here, maybe, or it should read on a petition of 25 or more eligible voters of the town to see, maybe, or something. But I'm just going to read it as it's presented here, but can you check that?
Yes, but again, we couldn't fix it.
Okay, well, then we'll fix it here. We'll vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,000 to support a lake host program at the Newton Town Boat Ramp for the 2020 summer season. The Lake Host Program is a collaborative effort between New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, New Hampshire Lakes and local lake associations, New Hampshire Lakes, and local lake associations, my apologies. It trains and employs individuals to provide courtesy boat inspections to prevent the spread of aquatic invasive plants, such as milfoil, from one lake to another, thereby protecting public lake uses such as swimming, fishing, and boating. This article would result in an estimated 0.2%, or less than 1/5 of a penny, increase per $1,000 of assessed value to be raised by taxes. Board of Selectmen does recommend this article 5-0. In the interest of time, I'm going to propose, I think, let's make sure we got the right amendment. This should say voters of the town of Newton.
Legal voters.
On petition of 25 or more eligible voters,
Yeah, it should be
shall the
legal
town of
voters.
Newton vote to raise,
No, it just on a petition of 25 or more legal voters,
Instead of eligible, it
Okay.
should say legal. Let's get that.
shall the town, and that's from eligible to will.
No, it's voters of
Scratch
the
it.
town of Newton.
Yes.
Instead of will, it should be
Grab-
to see if the town, or shall the town.
Yes, shall the town. That's why I said from, scratch out eligible through will, replace it with legal voters shall. That make
Correct.
sense?
Got it? It's the same from 25. I think that's what you just said. So do we have a second on that amendment?
second.
I doubt we need a discussion here. We're just trying to fix the wording so it's consistent with the other articles and the normal sort of presentation of these.
Well, these all say shall.
Correct. We're just fixing the wording.
This one says to see, this one says shall.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, you got that amendment? It'll be the same as the start of 25.
I just want to know who made the motion, who seconded it.
I made the motion, Larry seconded.
Yeah, you're right.
Gotcha. I got you and Larry the whole way down, so it's okay.
Okay, so now, so we kind of got that sort of typographic kind of fix out of the way. Comments or questions on the substance of this? Since it's a petitioned article, if there is someone from one of the petitioners, please come forward, sir, and tell us about the article.
Just to read, just like this, just like this.
My name is Mr. Howell. I am with the Country Pond Lake Association. I also live on Country Pond. We're all a bunch of volunteers, really, and hopefully the people of the town can see the value of having a clean water body in the town. Newton obviously has the boat ramp and the beach. The boat ramp is the place where invasive species will arrive in the pond. So this $1,000 to go with other volunteer contributions and other grants we get will contribute towards making sure that the boat ramp is manned at specific hours when it's most likely that someone from another pond may arrive with an invasive species. Jim also has some comments about the owners around the lake with their tax burdens being higher than regular townspersons' tax burdens. Thank you.
Thank you. Hang on, I got Mr. Baker from first.
Jim Baker. I just want to point out that Tewksbury Pond in Kingston, where they do have invasive species, the town of Kingston has spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to try to clear that pond, and they've had limited success. So a program like this to keep the country pond clean of these weeds has been effective so far. It is a volunteer plan, but they need some funds for testing and that sort of thing. And taxpayers who have houses on Country Pond, in addition to their assessment on their lot and on their buildings and improvements, they pay about an additional $200 a linear foot of water frontage for assessment. So if you have 100 feet of waterfront, that's an extra $20 on your assessment at whatever the tax rate is. So this is at .2 cents per thousand. This is a very small investment to continue that program and potentially save the town a lot of money if invasive species should get in there. Thank you.
I'd like, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'd like to provide just a couple of clarifications on this to make it more understandable. One of the key words is courtesy. What this means is the Lake Coast program does courtesy boat inspections, not required, which means anyone going to Country Pond with their boat does not have to submit to a boat inspection. This is voluntary. The people who are doing it are volunteers. The people who agree to it are volunteering to do it. It is not required on either side. But it is also educational. So they are informing the people who are coming into Country Pond of the invasive and of the threats for them.
Masterson, I was a boat inspector at the boat ramp once a week last summer. And you're right, we do first say, do you mind if I inspect your boat? But I found that the biggest thing that people didn't know is about the law that you have to remove your drain when you're leaving the boat ramp. So there are other types of things that we can offer as inspectors and as hosts, as we call it, of the boat ramp.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dog.
Like with the previous warrant
Goes a long
article,
way.
if this one is successful this year, it will go into that services warrant article that you saw earlier.
Correct.
Jim Baker, I've got to make a correction. That wasn't Tewksbury Pond, it was Powwow Pond.
I was wondering.
Any other?
All these phone calls just went into some other entity based on that.
I just have a quick question. I have no problem with it myself, but I'm just curious, Country Pond, there's a lot of property in Kingston. Are they also contributing to this, or is it just going to be Newton doing it?
Kingston do contribute to paying for, via their Recreation Commission, the water testing that's done. But because Kingston doesn't have a public boat ramp, that's less likely that it will come in via that way, and there's no Lake Coast program that Kingston would provide. I hope that clarifies that.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense.
I know this is really small amount of money and it'll probably pass, but I just want everyone to be aware of some of the history of some of the boating that went on at Country Pond. It used to be that we would have ocean-going vehicles, ocean-going boats that would actually come and wash off in Country Pond. In years past, we could actually see them doing this. The invasive species potential is very, very real. One of the things the town did for our town was to require limited parking so that the parking that's available at the boat ramp is for Newton residents only. And I think sometimes for Kingston residents, but that's it. So the number of Massachusetts plates declined abruptly. But we really need to safeguard this resource.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Jamie Fitzpatrick, just for some clarification on this one and the last one, the comment was made, if this passes, it will go into that listing that we discussed earlier. Previously, the statement was made on that listing that listing was required and that we had to do that, and if we didn't, we'd have to find the money elsewhere. So as these weren't being previously funded in that manner, they can't really be legally required. So just like clarification on that point. Please.
Yeah, now, in deference to the other selectman who made that statement, I don't know if that would actually occur for that very reason. The other one, the SOROC one, yes, absolutely. That's a service that we do need to provide to our townspeople, what SOROC offers. This one, I'm not so sure. So I don't know that that's an accurate statement.
I'm going to jump in before I hand it to Mr. Doggett. The list, the consolidated single article which lists a group of sort of nonprofit service providers to the town is really just a convenience to the voters. And maybe, you know, it reduces their choices in that they can either say yay or nay to the whole list. But we've done that over time to avoid having a warrant article that's a mile long, which you vote individually in every single one of the providers. So at least at the deliberative session, someone could be removed from that article by a vote of the voters here. Or if earlier in the days the voters here had felt that they wanted to take the SPCA out or some other group out of that list, they could have done so. So it's not like it's a permanent thing once you're on that list. It's just that there's traditionally been a process where after a community group is approved, then, you know, once or twice, it's been once traditionally, they get put on that list. I think that's the way it works. There's no
legal requirement.
No, the
Correct.
voters here could change that list anytime they felt like that.
I just like having that argument that these are services that we are required to provide for that warrant article, and I'd hate to lose that argument by adding this Lake Coast program. Doesn't mean we couldn't.
Mr. Doggett.
However, what is on this list are not all services that we have to provide. The SPCA is a private organization, great people. There's no legal requirement that the town be associated or offer that service to people. Same with the program, Drugs Are Dangerous. Great organization. I worked with them for many years. They're not a requirement. They are not a feeder. The town does not feed specifically clients to that provider. They provide an overall service to the town. Same with the two that are added now. The lake, sorry, I can't get out the title of them, but the Millefiori preventers.
The Lake Coast program and
I know,
and the SOROC groups both are in the category of
right, but those are two that will be added. They offer value to the town through their services, but neither of them is a required. The town doesn't have to belong to that organization.
Any other discussion or comments on 26? Again, since it was amended to fix the wording on the front sentence, to the selectmen,
I'll move to recommend.
we have a second from the selectmen.
Second.
I think that was Larry first. Are all in favor? Aye. That's unanimous.
Okay, selectmen continue their recommendation unanimously.
Is it 4-0 or 5?
Correct, 4-0.
4-0.
People are, okay, so we previously tabled, and 26 is the last article we were going through. We previously tabled Article 24 to provide a little time for people to work on maybe some thoughts of proposed amendments. So I'm going to, again, recognize Ms. Stevens, I believe, to speak to this article, and we'll go from there.
So I'm in a bit of a tough spot because obviously my committee's not here, so I have to act on their behalf in what I think is going to be the best interest of us getting at least some of the money that we need to do this. And so after talking to a few different people, I do think we should move to change the amount to 25,000 from the 100,000. I just want to be sure we have that 32,000 in reserve that will absolutely go to the playground.
Right, so Erin, what I recommend is if you intend to have the 30 or 32,000 as part of the funding for this project, then you need to have it be to raise and appropriate the sum of, say, 25 plus 30 or 32.
37,000.
So
But don't we
32, so like $57,000 with 32,000 to come from the revolving Recreation Commission account, and the remaining to come from taxation.
I actually would, look, we could have a different group of selectmen here when we go to spend that 32,000. I mean, so when you say absolutely will be used for, there's no absolutes in this. But I strongly recommend you just change 100,000 to 25,000, leave the wording the same. It's not lapsing, it doesn't, it goes until December 31st, 2025. We're feeding an account that we're gonna be able to work out of later. Let's face it, next year, we might wanna put a little more in this account. So I think just changing the number is the way to go. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, we're kind of having 3 different views on what the amendment is, but I guess I'm going to ask a question, if I may, and we're just trying to move this quickly. Are the selectmen the agents on that account or not?
I was just going to say,
Could be.
we need to look and see if it's
Or
the
is-
agents.
I think it's much more prudent to allocate the full amount and indicate that only some's coming from taxation, because then you don't have to worry about that issue, which you probably don't know the answer to right now.
Yeah, but let's be realistic. This isn't going to be done in 2020. I think we're going to be back here in a year, and that's when we're going to finish it off. I think there's going to be a lot of upfront work done with, if we get 25,000 here, 32 as well. But this entire project is going to be multi-phased, and if we need to make some sort of thing like that, once we verify, we can do that. I think the easiest thing, you change 100 to 25, and leave the wording the way it is.
I'd rather see
And I'll
that-
second that motion.
I'd rather see
Well,
that
it's not my
32.
motion, I'm just giving you the
I'd rather see
recommendation.
some kind of guarantee that 32 is allocated to the Greenie Park.
There's no guarantees.
Well, yes,
Unless you put it in the warrant
But-
article.
unless it's in the
Right.
warrant
The
article.
warrant
Well,
article,
we're the
because
agents,
The
though.
rec can come next week and spend that
We
money.
don't know that we are or not, and if it's in the warrant article, we are being directed to use those funds to do so.
Correct. That way, the rec can come next week, a month from now, and say, I need 5,000 out of that fund.
So it goes back to the, to belabor this point, but the changing the intent.
Right now, when you add it all up, I'm just thinking about this, how much we have is the 9,000, the 32,000, the 22,000, that ends up being 66,000, and I think we can work with that to get.
Right.
I would think, yeah, when I'm going back through the numbers in my head, I would say it was about 2025, when you're talking about the removal of all the sand, the
Ms. Collier,
installation.
do you remember whether or not the selectmen or the recreational commission were agents for that?
The Recreation Commission is not an agent of anything.
No, it's not.
It was the selectmen.
Oh, okay.
It was the selectmen who were agents, and they were able to do it just in the regular selectmen's meeting
Okay.
to approve expenditure.
So what about the Recreation Commission? Would they have any issue with me using that reserve money? Because
Probably
they already
not.
have operated.
Probably
they
not,
already have
because
budgeted.
let's be honest, again, totally transparent. Pat, you can back me up on this. I don't think anyone on the rec commission ever knew this existed. No,
I was shocked, because
exactly. I just talked to the chair of the rec commission when I stepped out. She had no idea about
I
it.
went to a meeting, and that's where this
Exactly.
started. I said, is there any money
So
for
there
the
are no
playground? And
plans.
they said, no.
Yeah.
So I was shocked that we have this money.
Yes,
So
I'm
it does
shocked
change
too.
the game here.
So I would suggest, rather than trying to drain the account, because
Well,
it
that's the other
took a really long time
Yeah.
to even get that 32,000 in there, perhaps go with 50 with 25 to come out of that account and the rest to be raised by taxes. That gets you half of where you're at. You get part of what he wants. It's only 25 being raised by taxation. You got a much better chance of getting 25,000 this year. And whatever you can't accomplish this year can be another warrant article next year. Just a thought.
Obviously, I want to do what we can now, and if it means we've got to lower the amount with a better chance, hopefully, of the taxpayer seeing that we're trying to do it in phases, then I'm for lowering it to 25,000.
Okay, so why don't we
Why don't we make it easy? And
Why
I
don't
will
you
make,
make a proposed
I am
amendment?
making a motion.
friendly amendment to?
Yes, to change the sum of 100,000 to be $50,000 with $25,000 to come from the revolving Recreation Commission account and the remaining to come from taxation.
Second. Second for
So
discussion.
we would only be taking 25,000 out of the revolving fund, not the 32,000.
Correct, because I am,
Can we do 30,000 out of the revolving? So it would be
okay, well, this is my proposed amendment, okay? We have a second.
I would second
Why don't we
that.
discuss
So,
that, and then we can
we'll-
always come back and tweak the 25 number. Let's try to get the general concept first.
Yes, so we'll go with this, and then if
Yep.
you want to make another amendment to change the amount, you can do that as another motion, okay? But this is my motion, mainly because that'll leave 7,000 in that revolving fund, because now that Recreation knows there's money in that revolving account, they may actually want to do something that they've been holding off on doing, like maybe sand at the beach kind of thing.
Yep.
So I do not want to drain that account for just one purpose.
That,
So we on
Can we just
discussion
Give me
phase?
a 30-second pause. I'd like to feed the wording of that amendment to our town administrator so she can think about the DRA issues, because all these things end up in front of a state bureaucracy that worries about that. So
I've,
you have it written down?
yeah.
Well, Mr.
The
Doggett,
way I
would you-
phrase.
So, what we're just trying to do is get that wording
Nobody ever does it
correct, so we
quite
don't end
right
up in,
to do that.
5 cycles of voting on move one word, change one thing.
That game where
Just
you
sit tight for a second.
whisper the
get
message
wording. Once we
around the
get
room
phrase,
and
then we can talk about the exact amounts of the money, because we're focused more on that issue at that time.
Recreation. I'm good with that, for it to come after the safety resurfacing, stating where the funds are coming from. I'm okay with that.
I do think it may confuse taxpayers a little bit to throw too many amounts in there. I think that we're better off just sticking with a simple, we want 25,000. And what I'm gauging is that I don't think we're gonna have an issue getting that money out of the reserve, is my thought. I mean, if you guys feel that it wouldn't go to us, then maybe we should put a contingency in there, but I don't wanna confuse people thinking that we're asking for 50,000.
So
Because they
that-
may quickly read those two numbers and just say no, because we're only asking for 25.
That's kind of what I was saying, but I think we need to let this motion fly
Yeah, let's.
and then
let's-
come back.
All right.
Well, she can come,
It's still a motion on the floor.
she can come back with that, yeah.
And
Go ahead then.
you can vote it down, but let's see, because let's just hear the motion, let me get the text, which we think is gonna line up. Would you like me to read it? No, I'm just gonna take your paper and make sure I got it too. Okay, so, the text which we are suggesting as a form of friendly amendment, and your idea is worth bringing up in discussion about the simplicity, but let's just get this text out first so we have it in front of us. Would be to replace where it says the sum of $100,000, we're going to replace that with the sum of $50,000, comma, $25,000 to be withdrawn from the revolving recreation account, I think that's the technical name of it, and $25,000 to be raised by taxes. And then it will just keep going. The rest of it stays the same. So what that says is that the voters will be saying, we're going to spend $50,000 to fix up, playground.
I agree.
25,000 of which we already have in this recreation account, and 25,000 which would be, presented or voted by the taxpayers. That's the proposed amendment. Discussion on whether that's a good idea. That is, that amendment's a good idea or not. Mr. Doggett.
Oh, simply put, that encompasses what you wanted. We didn't add in the $9,000 that you're holding. But that, I was just going to say, that has to be accepted by the Board of Selectmen as a gift to the town.
At some point.
Yeah,
At
at
some
some
point.
point and at a town meeting. It
Right.
doesn't need to be voted on to accept the donation.
So I like that, I like
Okay.
that one.
So
That one.
I'm going to ask you, Ms. Stevens, don't go far, but there's two gentlemen behind you, I think, who want to say something. I think Mr. Rivera might want to say something, so stay right there.
Jim Baker. So if this passes the 50,000, what kind of an account would that be held in? If the 50 plus was it 25 in the reserve?
It's 25 and 25 is what it'll be.
25 and 25.
Yes.
Would that 25 go into the reserve, or how is it held?
No, it would go into the general fund,
fund.
where it would stay until it is ready to be expended.
No, it won't.
Why not? The unexpended,
It's allowed.
It goes into a special fund, because it's a
What
special
special
warrant
fund?
article.
Whatever funds that you're going to be, the 25,000 from the warrant, 25,000 from the warrant article.
Yeah.
You'll be doing work and paying that money out. It won't be going anywhere. By the end of the year, if you don't spend it, it's a non-lapsing warrant article. We haven't got the physical money. It's just on paper that we're raising and appropriating that money.
Yeah, think about the fire station project. It
So
was
the
always,
reason I ask is,
no,
if it turns out
bad
that
example.
50,000 plus the work that Mike's volunteered to do is not enough to do the project, so it needs to be done in pieces, there needs to be controls on the money so that you don't, for example, do all the clearing and site work, but then you have no money for playground equipment. So I'm just wondering how it's going to be phased and where the money would be held during the time that it would take to actually have the money to do the project.
so basically, think of it this way. If we have 32,000 in that revolving account, this warrant article passes, that $25,000 has been encumbered, cannot be spent. So it cannot be spent for any other purpose other than this warrant article. Same thing with the 25,000. If it's in the general fund, undefined fund balance, whatever you want to call, it doesn't matter. It is still encumbered and earmarked for that specific purpose. Cannot be spent on anything else.
So if the project doesn't get started until 2021, the money is still there.
Yes.
For 5 years.
And that is the reason for that additional language on the warrant article.
Because originally they were asking for 100,000, now they're asking for 50. I don't know that the difference is going to be the work that Mike volunteered to do. There may be more money needed to reach the money.
And
that
they
need.
can ask for more the following year.
Right, okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Jamie Fitzpatrick. I would oppose that amendment, and I'd be more inclined to support the amendment that Aaron was talking about. We got 26 different warrants to read. My fear is that someone's going to come in, they're going to read the warrant, and they're going to see the 50, and they're done. They've already voted, and they don't finish reading it because they've been here too long. I waited in line, I had to read my name out, I got into the voting booth, and I got a book to read. And if you have the extra 50 in there, they might never get past that number and say, nope, I'm out. So I think that you're better served to just have the 25, to have it clean. As to the other 32, that is already encumbered. It is in a fund that can only be used for the rec department. So yes, the Board of Selectmen would control that and release it, but they can't control it, they can't release it to anything other than rec activities. And if the rec group is coming in and saying, this is our activity, we need some money, the likelihood that a change in the board would prevent that from being released is very slim. So I would recommend, in order to be successful, that you simply stay with a clean 25 so you don't lose somebody that might have otherwise voted for you because they can't get past the 50 number and finish reading. That's my thought.
Mr. Pavero.
I agree with Jamie 100%. The only question I have, are we confident, and I think Annie said it, that you guys are the agents of that fund?
Yes.
100% confident?
Yep.
Okay. Then
So-
I'm good with that. What Jamie said is 100%.
But, you know, devil's advocate, if we find out tomorrow that that's not true, we can come back in 2021 on the warrant, because you know, Mike, we're not going to have this done by the
No, I
time
agree.
of,
You said
you know what I
the
mean?
number. This isn't probably happening this year.
Right. So we could come back if we need to have the town approve that 30 coming out of there. We have another warrant next year.
Mr. Doggett.
It has to be the Board of Selectmen. The Recreation Commission is not an elected commission, therefore they cannot be agents
He's
for a
saying the
capital reserve
voters.
fund.
I think what you're saying is the voters. Do you have to go to the voters? Because everybody knows, Annie said it well, the Recreation Commission approves nothing.
That's correct.
Right.
It's the Board of Selectmen,
The-
but some of these revolving funds and stuff have to go to a public meeting or another warrant to release the money.
Exactly.
That is
And,
not the case on this.
No.
right.
Okay.
But devil's advocate, if we need to, we can come back next year.
It
Yeah.
sounds like
Yeah.
between Annie and you guys, it is what it is.
Mr. Baker, one final comment. I don't want people to lose the thread, but then we'll
Yeah, just,
go what to do about this amendment.
if you amend it to 25,000, you've also got to amend the impact down to 5 cents or whatever it is.
Yeah.
4.9.
Correct.
Yeah.
I do just want to make sure everyone's aware that it is very possible that in 2020 we could get this playground going. I mean, I have this plan ready for, it's ready to go. I mean, it's just a matter of the money. So with this reduction, it's going to make it a little bit harder, you know, because I have them ready to do all the installation of the equipment and everything.
I've been
But-
jaded over my last few years on the board. These things take a lot longer sometimes than you think they're going to take, you know, even though you've got a ton of stuff ready to go.
Yeah.
What I want to know,
So,
So, hang on one second.
who made this motion, this motion?
Okay.
Who did that?
All right. The clerk actually has to record in detail what we're doing here. And I'm going to apologize in advance.
That's Kay.
She hasn't killed me yet, but, you know, I'm about to get hit, I think, and rightly so. Okay, so the motion came, I'm going to say,
From me.
it came from the, right,
Thank you, Lisa.
it came from Ms. Gardner. And who seconded it? I think
Larry?
Mr. Foot.
Second for discussion.
Okay.
Seconded it. And then we did what we always do, which was finagle the wording. We won't get into that. So I think, why don't we take a vote, which will be an up or down vote, on whether or not we want to proceed with the amendment, which has the $50,000 with the $25,000 to be withdrawn from the revolving Recreation Commission account, and then $25,000 be resolved for taxation.
What does the committee want, though? We didn't hear from her.
Could I say one thing?
Yes, you may.
I appreciate that. I would request that the amendment be withdrawn and that we honor the petitioner with the ability to amend her own petition warrant article as she wanted. I think that there's no need for
That's
that.
you.
She's ready to make an amendment.
That would be Lisa's.
That would be Lisa.
You know what? I have no problem with that. I was trying to ensure that the funds would be used from this by putting it into the warrant article. I will
Okay, save us a vote.
rescind.
So
Save us a vote.
throw that
Rescind.
amendment overboard. So, back to you, Ms. Stevens. So. proposed
so I
amendment
move
in amount.
to change the warrant article to 25,000.
Second.
100,000 to 25,000.
Second.
we have any discussion on that? Mr. Doggett?
Oh, just that now this article will result in an estimated 4.9 cent increase per thousand.
Right, and,
So it's now 0.049.
right, and that's good. But, and I'm just gonna explain for the
Half
benefit of
of that.
everybody here, the reason I'm not amending the statement that says this article would result in, as the amendment process, is you don't really get to vote on that. That's just a calculation, and we always put it there for information. So, yeah, we're gonna update that calculation, and I thank you, Mr. Doggett, for doing that.
And that was a point of information. That was not an
Right, we don't-
amendment to
We're not
her.
actually voting on that calculation, because we're gonna make that calculation, whatever amendments you
No,
guys
because
make.
the 50,000
So,
was,
any other discussion in favor or
50,000 was
against the amendment?
0.098.
From 100,000 to 25,000.
Yep, yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye. Or nay. I want the higher amount. It's not, I'm not proposed to.
The ayes carry.
But I think we're confident that we'll get that money into everybody that I talk to, so
The ayes
want it to
carry.
be simple.
Further discussion on the article? Any?
Just from the Board of
Please
Selectmen.
don't leave yet,
sit
we're
tight for a
not
second.
done.
Any other discussion on the
Sorry,
article?
Larry.
I will move that the Board of Selectmen recommend the warrant article.
Second?
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Recommended by the Board of Selectmen unanimously.
That is
Four.
unanimous.
Okay, so there are two more things we need to do before we close the meeting today, because I believe that's our last article, correct?
Yes.
So one is we have a Meet the Candidates Night on February 19th at 7 p.m. here. Please spread the word and come out to attend. I have a minor chore for the selectmen that I'm going to mention. That they will be appointing an additional ballot clerk for our upcoming primary. I want to thank everyone for coming today. Do we have any other business from the voters? Any other articles, not articles for the warrant, but any other topics to discuss? Seeing there are none, thank you very much. We'll see you at the polls.